All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you. This time I will call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Chacon. Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This time I'm looking for a motion second to excuse the member not present.
She is here.
Mayor Pro Tem.
She is present, but I'll excuse her for the moment.
I have a motion to excuse the member not present. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0. This time I'd like to invite everybody remotely and with us in the room to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this time looking, any council members wish to amend the motion, agenda? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
I have a motion second to excuse or to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, one excused absence. Next up, we're going to move on to citizen communication. All public comment, except for those on public hearings, will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Citizen communication can't begin before 6 p.m. It's after 6 p.m. No issues there. I'm going to start with our virtual speakers. First is Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. This is Steve Douglas at 10970 Unity Parkway. I wanted to be there tonight. Sorry I couldn't make it. I have other commitments while I'm not there. But I just wanted to also thank the City Council and Mayor Pro Tem Jennifer Allen Thomas for the award. I say I accept this award not only for myself, but also on behalf of those who have fought for justice, equality, and representation throughout history. Together, let us continue to break barriers, define expectations, and build a better future for generations to come. Also wanted to mention we had planning last week, and it would be nice if the planning department would have study sessions. What came before planning really should have been a deep discussion about tax increment and financing. I understand it, but some of the board members were confused. They did vote, but I think the process could have been a lot better. It just seems like sometimes through planning, we're just rubber stamping things just to get approval to send to City Council, just to say, hey, the planning approved this. The other thing I wanted to discuss, and I tried to go online to sign up to speak for the URA, and there was no place to sign up for that. So I guess I could talk about that now. I just wanted also to note what also was brought forward and discuss about the URA in the school district and what happened back in 2018. There was a potential for a developer, but there was no developer that came in and actually started shovel-ready projects like Del West has. And so I really would strongly be supportive of the council and just making sure Adams 14 received the building that was promised and not have these other entities as part of that plan, because it's just not going to work out. And the last thing is, I know maybe tonight you're going to be talking about the 88 acres. Hopefully that is not part of the discussion, and let South Adams and Cronky work that out between themselves and not give up the 88 acres that are the city could do a lot better on. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Let the record reflect that Councilmember Chacon is now present. Next up for the virtual speakers is Rana Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'm a member of the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee, and I would like to share some thoughts with you. First, I would like to thank the City Council for establishing the EPAC as a temporary committee several years ago, and then I would also like to thank you for making it a permanent standing committee. Your commitment to enhancing the quality of life for residents in Commerce City comes through loud and clear with these two actions. I would also like to thank City Manager Jason Rogers for creating a new division, Energy, Equity, and the Environment. This will only serve to help meet the needs of all members of our community. I'm here to encourage all of you to support the passage of the Sustainability Action Plan. This plan was not developed in a vacuum. It was created by conducting intensive research on the topics, thorough assessments of the current conditions in Commerce City, and input from all the impacted constituencies in Commerce City, including business owners, community groups, residents in all areas of the city, government officials, staff, and others. The EPAC worked diligently to include the comments and feedback from all these groups to develop a comprehensive and doable plan that would improve the quality of life for those who live and work in Commerce City. I would also encourage you to extend the Lotus consulting contract. These consultants provided the necessary knowledge, information, and leadership to make the EPAC an effective and productive group. If you have any questions regarding these two recommendations, please do not hesitate to contact members of EPAC or Dr. Rosemary Russo. Lastly, I'm also a member of the Commerce City Cultural Council. Our Music in the Park series, co-sponsored with the Parks and Rec Department, will be hosting our third free summer concert this Thursday at 6:30 p.m. at River Run Park. The band will be Brass Attack, Colorado's premier dance party band featuring the finest performers the Colorado Front Range has to offer. This band was recommended to us by Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, and I invite you all to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you speaking with us this evening. I'm going to move on to our in-person speakers. First up is going to be Tom Green.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Tom Green, Key Accounts Advisor with United Power. And with me tonight, I have Director Brad Case, and also attending virtually was Director Stephen Douglas. As an electric cooperative serving your community, United Power brings the cooperative difference to life every day through the local service and support we provide to every person and business that we serve. We are one of Colorado's largest and fastest growing cooperatives. United Power serves nearly 110,000 homes and businesses on the Northern Front Range. Those we serve are more than customers, though. They are members of the cooperative, and members have an active voice in the operation of the cooperative and share a financial stake in our operations. Because you receive service from an electric cooperative, you own part of the operation, and your investment into United Power is returned to you over time in the form of capital credits. Your share of capital credits is calculated based on your electric consumption, how you use your power in your operation, and your years of service with United Power. Generally, the longer you are a member, the larger your capital credit retirement becomes. Each year, our board of directors considers our financial condition and determines if they can return or retire a portion of your investment as a capital credit retirement, and that's why I'm here today. In 2023, the board authorized a capital credit retirement of $4.5 million, which was allocated among our members. And Commerce City has 72 active accounts with United Power. And since 2004, we have returned more than $165,000 in capital credits, and that includes the retirement check I present to you today. So on behalf of your electric cooperative, I'm pleased to deliver your 2023 capital credit retirement in the amount of $12,868.22. We enjoy serving you as a member of United Power and appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I'm sure we can put that money to good use.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Maybe we can get dinner. Next up will be Walraven Kettleopper. Apologize if I butchered that.
Thank you. I'm Walraven Kettleopper. I'm one of the owners of a property at 8331 Pontiac Avenue, and I'm here with Erica Vanderpool with VDP Trucking, who's one of our tenants. And we just wanted to come thank the city for their efforts in helping dealing with some camping going on along Pontiac.
Yes, it was, it's quite dangerous for all the squatters to be in our area because we repair big semis and trailers, and this group of individuals were either going to get run over, their property was gonna get run over, and it was pretty bad. And we just really wanted to thank, especially you, Councilmember Kim, for really taking the time to come with me and see what was going on. And I guess our biggest concern is what can we do as business owners to help in this situation? Because these are human beings. These aren't just, you know, trash. I mean, we would like to step forward and help or come up with ideas, do anything that we can to try to help these people either relocate, find services to help them, because we definitely don't want to get into any altercations with them or hurt anybody, but we also have to run our businesses too. And our customers, I mean, everything around there, they look at it, it reflects on our businesses, and as a small business owner, if I have customers go elsewhere, I mean, it's detrimental to me. I mean, it's my livelihood, so I guess that's our biggest concern of what we can do forward, because it is a long-term problem, I think, for Commerce City. So.
Yeah, we were also concerned about just safety. You know, some of the people were camping in a manner that made it hard for trucks from our clients to be able to get into to our property. We're also concerned if there was a medical emergency or some sort of a fire, perhaps, that your emergency equipment would not be able to get into our property. And again, the problem right now is solved. We're really happy with all the help that we've gotten from you, and particularly Mr. Kim, and you helping us individually, but the city police department and other city staff. We really appreciate your efforts in getting that taken care of. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for being here this evening. Next up will be Jessica Nab.
Hello, council members. I'm here to ask you to please consider a preventative pet store ordinance. Over 450 municipalities in the U.S., including 12 in Colorado, have already done so, and the majority of these ordinances are preventative. The reasons for enacting an ordinance to prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats include stores preying on customers' emotions to get the highest sales price possible, and then pushing in-store financing with high interest rates. Stores sell sick animals, burdening the customer with vet bills on top of their purchase price. Stores have also been known to sell a mixed breed at a purebred price. And the most pressing issue is that stores source their puppies from puppy mills. This statement is heavily documented by Bailing Out Benji, a nonprofit with the largest puppy mill database in the US. A pet store ordinance would only prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats. It would not encroach on pet supply stores, nor would it prevent collaboration with local shelters for adoption events. This would also not affect responsible breeders, as they do not sell to pet stores, they sell to the public. Animals that are not sold in these stores often end up in shelters, and pet stores do not do their part to ensure animals are going to prepared owners, which increases the likelihood that the animal will be surrendered to a shelter at a later date. Our concern is that a pet store selling dogs and cats would open here and create problems for the city and surrounding city. The sale of puppies and kittens brings controversial attention at best, resulting in cities preemptively passing pet store bans to keep this problem from starting in the first place. And it's much easier to pass a preventative ban than it is to address an already existing business. Pet supply stores do not sell dogs and cats, and they remain lucrative businesses that do not draw negative attention and controversy. Please ensure that Commerce City does not become involved in supporting the puppy mill industry by allowing a pet store to open and sell dogs and cats.
Thank you. Next will be Erica Vanderpill. Okay, thank you. Next will be Lacey Couch.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I'm also here to speak on behalf of what she just talked about with the pet store ban. It came to our attention that Littleton has a proposed pet store, and it is a Petland store. If you're not familiar, that's a national store that has a very well-documented history of buying from puppy mills. And I actually moved to Colorado from Oklahoma, where there are a ton of puppy mills, and I was a vet tech for a long time, and I've worked in rescue for a long time. So aside from, there's plenty of documented cases, and we can talk about like all the numbers, and that information's available, and I think you'll hear a little bit more about it later. But as a vet tech, I'm here to talk about what some of the things that I've seen directly from these puppy mills. One of the things that I think is super important for communities to consider in enacting a preventative ban like she spoke about was, or is, to take into consideration how your citizens will be affected not only by the people that would buy these dogs and could potentially bring home an animal that's sick. They're often sold younger than they're advertised to be, which can cause behavioral problems later when they haven't had time to be socialized with their litter and things like that, and enough time with their mothers, and they don't have good immune systems. They're often raised in horrendous conditions where they come out with all kinds of illnesses, some of which are transmissible to humans. So not only are the people getting duped that go into these stores, and the stores are usually very nice and clean and look like a great place, and the puppies look healthy because they've been washed off. And so people go in and they think, this is a great place, they're taking good care of their animals, and they don't see the behind the curtain. But the other things that can happen are those dogs end up in the community, and then they cause problems for the other people in the community that have pets. And I don't know how many of you have pets and how recently you've tried to get into a veterinarian, but the veterinary community right now is completely overwhelmed too. They're running into staff issues and things like that, so there's often a pretty long wait to get into even emergency services. Bringing more sick animals into the community affects the veterinary community negatively, and everyone else who owns pets also. So I just strongly advise there's better ways for us to get our pets. There's plenty of rescue options. There's responsible breeders, and like she said, responsible breeders don't sell through pet stores that are selling puppies and kittens. Those animals also have an expiration date. They usually get to about 12 weeks. They'll discount them, and then if they aren't sold in a couple of weeks after that, they end up at shelters or they end up being euthanized because puppies are the only valuable thing there. So please consider enacting a preventive ban to keep these stores out of your community as well as surrounding communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up will be Lauren Rombach.
Hi, I'm Lauren Rombach. Thank you for the time tonight.
Excuse me, can we get your address, please?
I'm not actually in Commerce City, but I'm also asking for an ordinance to ban the sale of puppies and kittens in pet stores in Commerce City. And you might say, well, we don't have a pet store in Commerce City, but the best time to enact a ban is before one opens. And there is a proposed store that wants to open in Littleton. And they all have a history of sourcing puppies from puppy mills. Like she said, Bailing Out Benji has the largest database in the country, and you can look in any state in the country and see where they source them from, and they're all from puppy mills. Reputable breeders do not sell to pet stores. And at the same time, we're killing 1 million dogs and puppies per year in the United States, even as puppy mills are turning out hundreds of thousands more, which then, makes the shelters and the rescues, which are right now in crisis mode because there's so many dogs and they don't have enough people to adopt all the dogs. We don't need to be producing more designer dogs and whatever. And as long as the pet stores are allowed to sell the puppies and kittens, the public will unknowingly support puppy mills, which are a fundamentally unethical industry. He has pictures that we got from a drone in Iowa, which is the only way that we could get pictures like that. But they're akin to a factory farm, just like where you would raise livestock. The dogs are kept in there could be 700, 800 dogs on the property. They're bred over and over and over again. They never get out into the sunlight. They're on chicken wire. Their nails grow around the chicken wire. They have all kinds of diseases. They can have Campylobacter, canine brucellosis, which is transferable to people, parvo, and then they're sold in the stores. And the dogs are sick, and usually there's no recourse for the people who purchase the dogs that are sick. But these are absolutely horrible places for the dogs to be raised. And when they're done with them, sometimes they have a relationship with some of the rescues, and they might let them go. But at that point, the dogs are completely ruined and traumatized, or they just kill them, because they can do whatever they want with them. But if by passing this ordinance, you're hurting no one in the process, because consumers can still get a dog that they want at a shelter, a rescue, a reputable breeder. They don't need to go to a pet store where they're going to be charged an exorbitant amount of money. And humane pet store laws at both the local and state level are having a noticeable impact. In the article that we gave you that's from HSUS, they note that in 10 years, 32,000 fewer breeding dogs exist. That's not a lot, and we'd like to see more, higher numbers of that, fewer breeding dogs. So please help us eradicate puppy mills. They serve no purpose but to contribute to the overpopulated shelters and rescues, and together we can say no. So thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Thomas McBride.
I really don't have very much to say, just reiterate what the ladies have stated, but reinforce the puppy mills that supply puppies to these pet stores are horrible conditions. The cages that they live in, the floors are chicken wire. So by the time a couple years have gone by, their paws are deformed and injured. Multiple illnesses. In Des Moines, Iowa, we had an outbreak of canine brucellosis. This was from a puppy bought at a pet store, cute little thing. All the extended family came to visit, all the neighbors came to visit, and 150 people came down with canine brucellosis. They've also had outbreaks of Campylobacter, and the pet mills, the puppy mills very often are enclosed. They have self-feeders. Someone comes once a week to fill the feeder. That's the only interaction they have with humans. So by the time they get to a family, they don't know what a family is. They don't know who people are. So and up to 90% of the puppies sold in pet stores come from puppy mills. So we just want to stop the puppy mills. Thank you.
Next up will be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, Councilman. This is Jacqueline Valdez, 6796 Albion Street, Commerce City, residing here for over 50 years. I am kind of asking the council to kind of take into consideration of any approval for anything that's being asked as far as the 68th and Colorado Boulevard structural area there. We've gotten word that several things have been approved through council. And right now, the thing is that everything that's approved affects our area in one way or another. And so I'm asking council to take into consideration to kind of think, maybe even look more, go out, investigate, see the situation out there, because everything that you approve affects our whole entire area. It affects our lives. And right now, we've got a lot of things going on over there at 68th. And so when things are approved for large trucks, it's making it more difficult for us. School zone areas, when things are approved, it makes it more difficult for us. We as a community need to start pulling together and start figuring some things out before things are approved for any building, any permits, any structural, period. We need to pull together because it's really affecting our lives over in that area right now. And it's only going to get worse until we pull together as a community. So, I'm just asking to kind of rethink about things before we approve. I know there's several things that are here in the next week or so, that are being asked to be approved. So I'm asking for you guys to take some time and really think about it before you approve anything, especially you, Mayor. I'm asking for you to come out, walk around with us, drive around with us, see the situation, see what you can do to help us as well as us help the community and help the whole entire area for Commerce City. It's pretty bad. I took some time myself recently and drove around, walked around, and man, I didn't realize how bad it was. So I'm just asking for you guys to think about it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Last will be Keith Rogers.
Good evening, all. I'm Keith Rogers. I've lived here 55-plus years. A lot of the expansion that you want down on 64th in Colorado, in that area, to bring more truck traffic and warehousing back in that area, I would advise against that. One, Colorado Boulevard is not set up wide enough to have that much more truck traffic. Two, my sewer line runs underneath Colorado Boulevard. My house shakes enough with Suncor, the bus, the trash companies, and everybody else running up and down that street. So before you consider adding on to anything in that area, I suggest you come out, live with us over in that area for a week and see what we're going through over there. We need to get a handle on traffic. We need to get go-karts, mini bikes, side-by-sides, ATVs off the street before somebody gets killed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any others? No? All right. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Going to move into presentations. We have a fly den update. I will invite Jason Rogers, City Manager, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Fly Den is here today to provide an update on Vision 100. That is the airport's strategic plan to prepare for 100 million passengers within the next 8 to 10 years. Today, we have Crystal D. Herrera, Chief of Staff, Executive Vice President from FlyDen, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. It is our pleasure to be here today. I'm also joined here today with Rachel Gruber, who's our Manager of Regional Affairs. I'm sure many of you know her. So we are thrilled to be here today and to provide this update, and I know they are just loading the presentation quickly. While they do that, I did want to take a minute and address something which is very near and dear to us, and I know to all of you and the families that you serve and the constituents, which is noise. And as you are all aware, noise is something that we take very seriously. We know it's a community issue. We know that for the families and the constituents watching, it's something that impacts their day-to-day life. And while I cannot get into detail on that today because of the lawsuit that is ongoing, I did want to start by saying that it is a priority for us. We continue to work closely with our airline partners and all of our business partners, and I did want to say that at the outset. With that, let's go ahead and get started. So as many of you know, Denver International Airport is a city-owned enterprise. So what does that mean? It means that we don't live off of tax revenue, rather we generate our own revenue, and that is how the airport supports itself. It is the second largest airport in the world. Yes, you heard me right, planet Earth. Denver International Airport is the second largest airport on planet Earth with 53 square miles. And it is built with 6 runways with room to expand up to 12. And if you look at that diagram there, you can actually see some of the runways there. It is also a major hub for 3 airlines, and this was extremely important, particularly during the pandemic. It's United, Southwest, and Frontier. And why that is so important is so many airports in the United States are what we call fortress hubs, which means they are only reliant on one airline. So if that airline runs into financial issues, for example, during the pandemic, right? All the airlines receive government assistance. If your airline that happens to service you has financial issues, that can be really detrimental to the airport. So the fact that Denver International Airport has 3 major hubbing airlines really creates a safety net for us on a financial standpoint. Also, it helps with keeping prices down. We think competition is good. It makes it easier to have competitive pricing for everyone who's going to fly in and out of the airport. Let's go to the next slide, please. Den by the numbers. This airport continues to grow. We currently serve 23 airlines, over 210 nonstop destinations, including over 25 international destinations serving approximately 15 countries. What is so great about that is that we have recovered entirely from the flights that were shut down during the pandemic. And so that is very exciting. That is very important to us, that we have come out of the pandemic strong and actually are one of the fastest recovering airports in the world. There's a people factor. Den brings in a lot of revenue, provides a lot of jobs. We have approximately 1,200 companies working at Den. And we actually have now, we just ran the numbers, 37,000 employees. I know the slide says 30, but we've recently ran the numbers. We have 37,000 badge holders. It's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of our local communities. That's a lot of Commerce City residents that are also at the airport. And we know that the airport is the largest economic engine for the region, bringing in over $33 billion a year to the state. Based on last year's passenger traffic, we were the 3rd busiest airport in the world. And so for any of you who have gone into the airport and say, wow, it feels busy, wow, it feels like the lines are long, that's because we are the 3rd busiest airport in the world. And while as other global airports continue to kind of recover from the pandemic, our ranking may shift, there's no doubt that this airport is busy. And if you look at the bottom, you can see that we have now caught up to the number of passengers we were serving back in 2019 pre-pandemic. And again, that is a very important statistic for the health and the vibrancy, not just of the airport, but all of the surrounding communities and the economic wealth and growth that this airport continues to provide for all those communities and those opportunities. We'll go to the next slide, please. So Vision 100. Vision 100 is knowing that we have all of this growth coming, and it's our strategy to successfully serve 100 million annual passengers that we are projecting will be walking through the airport in just a few years from now. And so I'm going to explain kind of how we set this out. Everything in the orange is what we consider a guiding principle. It informs every aspect of our work and everything we do and touch. And so below the guiding principles are each pillars, and they describe how we do our work on a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to go through the guiding principles first, and then I'll touch upon the pillars. So sustainability and resiliency. For any of you who have heard our CEO, Phil Washington, speak, you know that Phil is adamant about Denver International Airport being the greenest airport in the world. Not just the United States, the world. We feel like we want to lead on sustainability. And I'm going to share a few things about what's going on our sustainability side. Number one, we are plugging all the oil and gas wells that have been present on DEN, and we anticipate that those will be fully plugged by the end of the summer. Two, we are opening in August our first fast charging electric vehicle charging station for our transportation network company. So Uber, Lyft, all of that, we're gonna be opening that up. In the fall, we are actually starting construction on 2 community solar gardens. And we are also starting construction on what we call our Solar 9 project, which is a 13 megawatt array, which is huge. And it'll actually be Denver's largest array when energized in 2024. So those are just some of the things that we have going on right now that are really promoting our sustainability and our resiliency efforts that we think are so fundamental to what we do. Equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. It was really important to us to not just have EDI, but also to have accessibility, because we're very mindful that Denver International Airport needs to be a welcome place for everybody who goes through it, and that an airport can be very difficult to navigate if you don't know, if you're not a native English speaker, depending on where you're coming from, or if you're in a wheelchair, or you have some other form of disability. And so we want to be very thoughtful about how we are structuring every interaction with every passenger, regardless of background, to make sure that we're being thoughtful. And you will hear me talk a little bit more about the Center of Equity and Excellence in Aviation later in this presentation. Operational excellence, it goes without saying. If you come into DEN, we want to make sure that you are safe, you are secure, and that things move smoothly so we can get you through in an efficient manner. That is our day-to-day bread and butter. We have to make sure that we're delivering on that. And then, of course, enhancing the customer experience. We're constantly challenging our teams and everything that we do. How are we seeing this through the eyes of the customer? We know we're busy. We know we're growing fast. It's no fun for anyone to wait in a long security line. How are we being innovative? How are we partnering and doing things that are different? And some of you may have seen or maybe even experienced what we call DEN Reserve. DEN Reserve is just something we just opened up where people who are traveling through the security lanes can actually go online and make a reservation, and they get to go through an expedited line through TSA. So I really would love to encourage all of your constituents and anyone listening, check out DEN Reserve. It's one of the ways we're trying to be really thoughtful and friendly to our passengers to make sure that we're thinking about them and how they can be easier to navigate the airport. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the pillars. Empowering our people. It is by design that the first pillar in Vision 100 is about our most important asset, our people. There's nothing more important than our people. We know that without our people, not just the employees that are the city employees, but all of the employees that work at the airport. This airport is an ecosystem, and it does not work without people. And so we have taken a variety of steps to think about how we're creating pathways for our employees and all the employees in the ecosystem. How are we making sure that they're coming here not just for a job, but a career? Because at the end of the day, Denver International Airport, we want to be the aviation hub in the world for global aviation talent. We want people to say, when they think of, hey, where's the best aviation talent in the world? They're going to say the Rocky Mountain region. We want to grow. We want to partner with all of you, all your communities, all the schools. We've already reached out to many of the schools. We want to sit there and think about, we have all these kids who live right next to the second largest airport in the world. They should be able to leverage that. They should be able to have some fundamental skills that they can't get anywhere else. And that's what we're trying to build. And you'll hear me talk about that a little bit more when I talk about the Center of Equity and Excellence in Aviation. Employee innovation. We know that innovation is so critical to being cutting edge, but we also know that the frontline workers, the people that do those jobs every day, know better than anyone how they can improve their jobs, and we're trying to make sure that we're eliminating that red tape so that way they can do that. Growing our infrastructure. DEN is massive, as you know, and while there are a lot of construction projects, we have to be thoughtful about that. We have to make sure it's integrated. We have to make sure that it's the right growth at the right time, and making sure that we're being thoughtful about leveraging all of that. And that is critical, but so is maintaining what we have. I'm a mom of 3, and there's nothing worse when I'm traveling with my family through the airport, get into an escalator and have it be broken while I'm juggling 3 kids, all the bags, the backpack, the teddy bear, all of that. And so we know that that is the same for everybody else. And so we've really been investing in all of our assets and our asset management, making sure that our conveyances, our escalators, our walk-elators, our elevators, we are taking care of them in a proactive way. Not trying to wait until something breaks down, but putting inline systems and tracking so that way as things start to show signs of wear and tear, we can be on them to make sure that they don't break down in the first place. And that's something we're very focused on as well. And then expanding our global connections, right? We're an airport. We want to continue to connect this region with the world. And so we continue to really focus on those opportunities. I would just share, United is starting a new nonstop to Puerto Rico in October. It's our first nonstop to Puerto Rico. Encourage anyone who's interested to attend, but we continue to very much focus on expanding those global connections. Let's go to the next slide, please. So you heard me talk about DEN's growth, and I think this slide really shows it. So you can see here that we are anticipating 100 million annual passengers sometime between 2032 and 2033. Well, it could even happen sooner than that. And so this is something that we are tracking very closely to make sure that everything I talked about in Vision 100, that is why Vision 100 is so important, because it's about preparing our workforce, the facilities, all of our assets. They have to be ready to meet this moment, because Vision 100 is going to happen whether we're ready or not. The people are going to come, and we're either ready or we're behind. And so that is our focus, is to be ready, to be early, so that way when 100 million annual passengers walks through this airport, we are prepared. Next slide, please. So I did want to talk about the special relationship between DEN and Commerce City, and also talk about the employees that are at DEN that are Commerce City residents. That's very important to us. So as you can see from the slide here, we have over 2,000 employees who are Commerce City residents, and 45 Commerce City certified firms. Those are small and minority women-owned businesses within the city and county of Denver. And that's really important to us, because we want to make sure that these local businesses are having opportunities in their backyard at their airport. And so I can share that 106 contracts were awarded by the airport to Commerce City certified firms. We have 15 Commerce City certified firms on contracts, and we have, this is an airport classification, it's called an ACDBE. We have one of those that is also one of your ACDBEs as well. These are really important opportunities. These are things we have a team in the Commerce Hub and in other aspects of DEN that specifically work with small business, because we are very aware that it's not always easy to do business at the airport. We are constantly trying to work with folks to give them the best opportunity to come to DEN and to do that. Here's an employee heat map, which gives a better breakdown of kind of where the employees at DEN are. And happy to send it's a little tricky to see sometimes on the slide, but we're happy to share additional detail following this presentation with staff for any of you that are interested. Next slide, please. Empowering our people. Let's go to the next slide. So you heard me talk about the Center of Equity and Excellence in Aviation. And I also wanted to thank you, because I know several of you came to the rendering reveal that we did earlier this year on the Center of Equity and Excellence in Aviation. We are so excited about this. As you heard me mention earlier, it's a first of its kind training facility in the aviation industry. And it is all about that workforce pipeline. Again, not just the employees in the DEN ecosystem today, but employees in the DEN ecosystem of tomorrow. So that means youth, that means our kids, that means all the folks in the surrounding communities, and really being mindful that some of these populations are not typically represented at the airport and want to make sure that we're opening those doors and bringing them in so they have that opportunity. And so there's 3 big buckets of SIA that we're focused on. We've got business development, again, trying to get businesses into the airport because we know that that wealth generation is so critical, not just for that business, but for the families and the generations to come that are touched by that business. Career pathways, you heard me talk a little bit about this. For employees throughout the airport, we have some folks who may be in concessions that don't want to stay in concessions. They may want to do something else. We want people to have some basic skill sets so they can move through the ecosystem of the airport because that is a benefit to us to keep those employees in aviation. And then, of course, a research and innovation lab. And so what you see here in this rendering is a physical space that we are building out at Den. So if you think of the Hotel Plaza, right where you come up from the Hotel Transit Center, if you take the A line, you come up that big escalator. There's that huge plaza. It's about 70,000 square feet. Right below it is an area that we have vacant that we are building this center in because we want to make sure that this center is accessible by rail, by bus, by all forms of public transit. And if people want to drive, sure, happy to have them as well. But we're trying to remove as many barriers as possible so that way the folks who participate in this center, we're trying to get them into aviation and give them that essential skill set. So you see her kids in this photo, right? We envision this. We have already reached out to many of the public schools in the area and are talking to them about aviation curriculum, ways we can partner with them, ways we can bring the youth to Den. We really see the airport not just as an innovation lab, but as an education lab. And so how do we better leverage those relationships? And so for us, it was really important in the renderings to think about it from a child's perspective and make them want to be there and be thoughtful about these generations to come. Next slide, please. Equity and infrastructure project. This is also very important to us, and this goes to our commitment to try to make sure that small businesses have as much opportunity as Den as possible. And so Phil Washington, our CEO, is the co-founder of this project, and it's a national project. And so this is about increasing prime contracting opportunities, not subcontracting opportunities, prime contracting opportunities where the small business is the lead for minority and women-owned and other small businesses. And so this is a big deal. We have several other agencies in the United States have also committed to this, but it's not just aviation. We happen to be one of the aviation members, but it's also transit, it's also water, it's other modes of transportation because we felt like it had to be part of a bigger conversation amongst transportation entities to really do this as a group. To make sure that we were opening up these opportunities. So this is something that we're tracking. And so as part of this, one thing we did is said, okay, let's do a baseline. Let's figure out where we are today, right? Where have we been? And then we made a commitment that we're gonna double that number by 2025. That's a big commitment by Den. We have a dashboard. We've identified some projects that we think are suitable, but this is something we are tracking very closely because we've made that commitment to try to double the number of prime contracts awarded to small business. So we know this is a heavy lift, but we're committed to it. Next slide, please. Growing our infrastructure. This is a rendering of what the Great Hall will look like when there's no more construction. I know, we're all gonna be very excited. But as you guys know from traveling through the airport where the middle section is opened, there's so much more room. It is so much easier to use. And that's gonna be really important as we have more people coming through this airport. And so for us, it's remodeling your kitchen while you're still living in it. So it's painful. It's not easy. We thank everybody watching and for all of you for your patience, but we know it's gonna be worth it because again, this is fundamental to within our footprint, making sure we're being as efficient as possible with every inch. It also was really important to us to enhance our safety and security. You'll see from the rendering that the checkpoints are no longer on the lower level, on level 5, where you can look down over them. They will be moved up top. And for us, that was very important, just given the day and age where we live, that we do that to make sure that, again, we can always guarantee the safety and security of every single person who walks through our doors. And so we also, this is gonna feel a little bit like if you've seen Denver Union Station and that area, and it just feels very open and lively. And we want to make sure that we give that area back to the passengers, that they feel like it no longer belongs to TSA. It is now a passenger amenity where they can go. If they want to get food and beverages, they can go. If they want to relax, meet people, they can go. But it's much more efficient movement. It's going to be a much safer layout. Next slide, please. The gate expansion, as many of you probably saw, we opened up 39 new gates. This was also a decision made during the pandemic to just keep going and grow while people were not necessarily on site. And we decided to do that. And I'm glad that we did, because we literally basically took like Reagan National and dropped it into Denver International Airport and opened up 39 new gates by expanding the edges of the existing concourses. And so for any of you that have been through there, you've seen the beautiful patios that are outside that feel very much like the Rocky Mountain region. They show the mountains, or they've got a beautiful view of the prairie on the east side. But it's also got better seating. It's got plugins for our passengers, just better passenger amenities, so that way the airport feels more up to date. That is very important as we continue to make sure that we are delivering a product that people want to come back to. Next slide, please. Maintaining what we have. This is all about asset management. So this is a snapshot of what we have to maintain here. And sometimes I think it's easy to forget that in addition to just the terminal and the concourses, there's other aspects of this. So we've got 7 million square feet of space, right? Plus 1.2 million that we just added as part of the gate expansion. It's a lot. That's a lot of janitorial. That's a lot of space to maintain. We've got 6 runways, right? We've got the largest runway in North America. We've got 300 lane miles of roadway, right? Pena Boulevard. It's a lot to maintain. We've got over 34,000 parking spaces, including 6 public parking lots. And then again, the conveyances, right? Over 320 escalators, elevators, walk-elators that operate 24/7. We get to home and go to sleep. Those conveyances do not. They have to continue to work. And we're replacing 90 of them by 2025. Again, upgrading pieces at a time, making sure that it's going to be reliable. We also have 100 restrooms, and we continue to renovate our restrooms. We know that that is important to all of our passengers. We know that when our passengers come through the airport, there's a few things that everybody does before they get on a flight. And, you know, it doesn't matter where you are in life, what stage you are, most people are going to go to the restroom. And so we want to make sure that they are clean, they are updated, and they feel fresh for people. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have, and really appreciate being able to be here today with all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that very informative presentation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and also I want to thank you for the presentation as well. I was just curious, you mentioned the 33 billion annually. I was just curious how much of that money comes back to Commerce City.
You know what, we can follow up with you on that. We have an outside consultant who does that, but we're happy to take that down and see if we can break that out.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
I understand that you don't want to talk about noise because of pending lawsuits, but I do want to acknowledge for our residents that although we live near an airport, the flights must adhere to FAA standards when it comes to noise. So simply because an airplane is going over us because we're near an airport doesn't mean that they're allowed to break noise levels as well.
Absolutely.
So let's be clear for that. Thank you. When we're looking at 100 million passengers and we are right beside the airport, at least a couple of the runways, the projected runways might be right next to us as well. What are the routes? What routes exist right now? I think it was a very nice presentation, but it wasn't specific to Commerce City, and we have some very different issues than maybe some other communities do. So could you talk about the routes that exist right now and where they're flying over Commerce City?
So the FAA has designated routes that are approved, that airlines are approved to fly. And as you noted, the FAA is very mindful of the IGA and all the NEPS points and being thoughtful about all of that. We can send over, I don't have the exact routes, that would be easy to understand without graphs with me right now, but we're happy to send that over and do any follow-up because That is a more specific question, so we're happy to send that over.
It was my understanding from either you or your staff that new routes were flying in particular over North Commerce City. Is that correct?
I would have to confirm with our air service and our operational team, just to be precise about that. So I would want to make sure I was giving the right answer.
Okay, and there was a story a couple of days ago about the impact of lead fuel from flights at the small airports.
Yeah.
But of course, if you're talking about 100 million passengers, how many flights would that be a day coming in and out of the airport?
So it depends on a couple factors. It depends on, do the airlines, as we get to that point, do they upgauge and use bigger planes, right? So it's not necessarily more flights, but it's bigger airplanes that can carry more people. That's an economic decision that a lot of the airlines will need to make. So it's hard to answer how many flights, only because there are economic factors, because the airlines want to be profitable in their routes. We can provide an estimate of what we think some of those projections may be in follow-up, but I just wanted to share there'll be some economic factors.
Okay, and my final thought is den is a term for the airport that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It just kind of fades out. So you have LAX, you have SFO, you have O'Hare, you have Reagan, you have Dulles, you have JFK. Den just kind of goes. How about DEN? If you're not going to do DIA, could you do DEN? Because den just, I want to put my feet up and watch TV and pull out a book
I
or
appreciate
something.
that. I will share that with the marketing team. That's fair. And I will share that. They picked, and we do say DN too. We just say done for short often, but it's when you put in to book your flight, it comes up as the airport
Yes,
code.
that part I understand. Does for
But I feel you.
SFO and LAX
We will share that.
also.
We will take that back.
Okay, thank you. And
Yes.
when you make a presentation next year, could you tailor it for a Commerce City audience?
We can put in some more information about the flight pass.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. Thank you so much for the presentation. Rachel, you did a great job on the slides. I couldn't have done better. I just wanted to let you know how spectacular your team that you've put together for SIA is.
Thank you.
I was fortunate enough to be invited to the Render Reveal event. I just realized how close that is to gender reveal. So that was Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas and I came early, and because we came early, we got to meet all the important people that could guide us towards making relationships with the SIA people. And so I just want to let you know how great they are, and they have really done a fabulous job reaching out to the community, and especially to the 2 school districts that are here in Commerce City. They formed really great relationships, and I think that's going to provide incredible opportunities for especially the youth in our communities. So just wanted to thank you on that.
Well, thank you so much. We are so proud of that team, and I agree with you. They're a fantastic team, and we're extremely passionate about that work and making sure that we're making it a reality.
And please thank Phil Washington for focusing in on being the greenest airport. And it's always going to be DIA to me, so sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Hi there. So I just wanted to piggyback on Councilwoman Noble's question a little bit.
Okay.
I know it's hard to project, future flights, but I think we're currently at 69 million passengers. How many flights is that daily?
Yeah, I can follow up with you on that exact number. I know it sounds crazy, but it does vary depending on the planes that they use, but we can follow up with that. Yeah.
Okay, and then, just kind of going back to that sustainability, so obviously there's no electric planes or any alternative fuels. How much fuel are you guys going through, and where's it coming from?
Yeah, so the way fuel works at the airport is the airlines actually procure the fuel, and that's pretty customary throughout the industry. And then we house it at what we call the fuel farm. Now, for our own purposes, like busing and other things, we do have our own fuel sources, and we're happy to follow up with that. But I will say, we are looking really hard at the EV market. We know that that's where the future is. So everything from our busing and some of our other aspects, we're looking really hard at where possible can we leverage EV and be on the forefront of that. So that is a huge priority for us.
And so as far as, where you procure from, obviously we have the refinery here in town and they have a pipeline to the airport. Are they supplying all the fuel or a good
No.
amount?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. So part of the fuel that the airlines use at Denver International Airport is Suncor, but the majority of it actually comes from the Gulf Coast. So it is not all Suncor. It is a portion, but it is not all, and more than 50% of it comes from the Gulf Coast. So from other sources.
And is that piped in or?
It's piped in. It's
Okay.
piped in. There is a Magellan facility in Aurora that we get our fuel from the Gulf Coast from.
Thank you.
All right, doesn't look like anybody else on council has any questions. I have one question. We went through an entire 30-minute presentation and I never heard the word aerotropolis.
Aerotropolis, well, it is important. It is something we're continue to work on. Rachel actually sits on many of the committees that we do in partnership with the other entities, with the ARP, with everyone else. It is something we're still working on, right? And we are very mindful of, as we build out what we call Den real estate, which is the residential land around the airport, that we're being thoughtful about that development. And also, there is a revenue sharing component of that, and making sure that we're trying to put a special emphasis on those properties that would create that revenue share with Adams County and all the other communities in there. So that is something that we are still focused on. It is a priority. And so we're happy to have you guys come out, by the way, at any time. We'd love to have you out for a tour, love to have you come talk to our teams, love to take you through Den Real Estate and talk about those plans in more detail.
Well, I struggle to understand how it's a priority whenever it wasn't even mentioned in the presentation here.
So it was one of the bullets on Vision 100. Rachel, if you want to go to the slide. On Den Real Estate, that's just our internal, how we think about it, but it is when we think about, so growing our infrastructure master plan, develop infrastructure plan for Den Real Estate, because we know that we have to build out the utilities and all of those other functions to make a lot of that land viable. And we work in partnership. Our staff has a great meeting that they do on a regular cadence every other month with your staff and other staff members in the surrounding jurisdictions, where they talk about these kind of issues. They talk about how are we developing the area around us so that when it intersects or it meets at the seams, that we are being thoughtful about compatible development. Development that is going to generate that economic development for our neighbors, for everyone else. So those are ongoing conversations, but that is, as we think about the infrastructure, we have to enable those utilities so that development can come.
And how many years ago did voters approve the aerotropolis?
It was right around, 2016, right around there. So it's been a number of years, but it's hard because it does take time to get a lot of those in place. We do have a rolling RFO, request for offers, that we have, that rather than doing a parcel by parcel approach, which was previously what the airport was doing, we thought that was too slow. And so Phil Washington, to his credit, when he came in, he was like, it's too slow. We're not showing enough progress fast enough. And so we did this rolling RFO to allow us to do more of a district approach, to do more of a planned approach that we are then collaborating on to try to make that development happen faster.
And in those 7 years, you mentioned revenue sharing with Adams County and Commerce City. How much revenue has been shared with either of those two entities?
Well, we are still trying to develop parcels that developers will come and bid on those parcels. And so that goes to the building of utilities and the attraction to those, because that is important to us. That is something, and when we talked to the commissioners about 2 weeks ago, Phil, we spoke to the commissioners, we told them, we said, we are aware. And that development can be slow and takes time, but that is what we're focused on, is trying to build that infrastructure so people will want to come and build on those parcels.
But in those 7 years, with not a single penny of revenue generation shared with the entities that agreed to this, how much of those entities had to pay for marketing and other programs to get this Aerotropolis off the ground and seen zero return for it.
So we pay into the marketing agreement as well. We all do. It's a 50-50 split, right, between Denver and Den and then the surrounding jurisdictions. I don't have those numbers off the top. I'm sure we can get them from Wendy and others in Aurora. But I would say this, we continue to put a lot of financial resources into making that viable. And while I wish I could stand up here today and say, hey, we've got all these different developments, it is still very much a work in progress, but it is something that we are focused on. And, we've had, a gas station and some other things open up, but it's also been slow on the Denver side. We haven't had a lot of, because we've been in that enabling stage, we haven't had a lot of movement on our side either. So I want to be really clear about that, because it's not like we're gobbling it all up and not sharing it. That's not what's going on here. It takes a number of years to have the enabling work done, so it's attractive to a developer to want to come and do that. And we're hoping to partner with all of you and the surrounding jurisdictions on continuing to make that happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Mayor Huseman, for bringing this up. Both Mayor Huseman and I are on the Airport Coordinating Committee, and this has been certainly a topic, and I would like to point out to the community that Commerce City contributed to the pool quite some time ago. So I've been on the committee now for 3.5 years. We did so at least 2.5 years ago. As of the end of last year, or near the end of last year, we were still waiting, the whole group was still waiting on Denver to contribute their half. So the marketing literally was not occurring because Denver hadn't contributed their half to the Aerotropolis. So I do want to make that clear that the communities had stepped up and done their part, but that was an aspect that had not occurred on the Denver side. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I will say that the airport and the city of Denver did end up contributing, and that we had some staff who departed. As you can imagine, there was turnover during the transition that unfortunately caused some delays in that, but it was donated, and we were proud to donate. And I was very much part of those conversations and made it very clear that we were going to donate, and we did.
Well, thank you again for being here this evening for your presentation.
Thank you all. Appreciate being here.
All right, we are going to recess our city council meeting, and I will call the URA meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman. Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Madera.
Present.
Commissioner Chacon.
Present.
Commissioner Noble.
Present.
Commissioner Hurst. Commissioner Kim.
Here.
Commissioner Ford.
Here.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Machuga. Commissioner Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I need a motion and a second to excuse the members that are not present. Vice Chair,
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Next up, I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair,
So moved.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0 with a bunch of absences. Next up will be Resolution URA 2023-11, First Amendment to the Mile High Greyhound Park Urban Renewal Plan. I'll invite Bill Aiken, URA Director, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chairperson and members of the Urban Renewal Authority. There is a brief presentation if you'd like one, but the item tonight is essentially when the Urban Renewal Plan for Mile High Greyhound Park was approved. It says throughout that plan that there would be future modifications as development on the west side occurred to capture that tax increment financing. With the hotel parcel being sold in January, now being under development, we have an opportunity to go ahead and capture the tax increment generated from the hotel to pledge towards the future of the Mile High Greyhound Park. And in order to do that, we need to make a minor modification to the plan that would, by legal description, as is shown in Exhibit 2 or Appendix 2 of that plan, essentially adopt the hotel into coming into the 25-year clock for the urban renewal plan area. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or if you'd like, I do have a couple slide presentation if you have any need for additional information.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on the URA board have any questions for staff? Would anybody like to see the presentation? Commissioner Douglas?
I would like to see that presentation, please.
All right, so this is a presentation that was given to Planning Commission last week as well, as they make a recommendation to City Council to approve this modification. Generally speaking, everyone on this board is aware that the Mile High Greyhound Park is a project that for 60 years was a destination in Commerce City, that in 2008, the park closed down and the facility was boarded up and abandoned. The Urban Renewal Authority came in 2011 to acquire the site with the option to develop it into a mixed-use center. And that when the plan was developed, we intended that it would develop or donate lands to residential, retail, commercial, open spaces, institutional uses, and truly have a mixed-use, mixed neighborhood feel to it. These were the development goals that were approved in 2018 with the plan. It was basically to create a flexible framework, to have a mixed-use, multi-use neighborhood, to create a destination for Commerce City to take place at the destination that was there that served as the racetrack, to provide space for the Boys and Girls Club, as has already been done, to provide a retail commercial development opportunity, and to hold a portion of the property for a future institutional anchor. 2018, the plan was approved to promote important services, attract private investment, utilize undeveloped land, and leverage public investment for the project. This was the project as approved in 2018, shows the boundary in red that was approved in 2018 as the urban renewal plan, with the racetrack being where the dog is right there. This is the site plan that is the Mile High Greyhound Park as we know it. As it stands right now, the area shown in green on your screen is the area that was approved in 2019 to start the 25-year clock. It was essentially a majority of the residential property acquired by Del West. As stated earlier, the plan always contemplated that City Council and the URA Board would move forward with modifications in the future to allow the balance of the land to start the 25-year clock. The second phase is being proposed as the yellow area, the hotel, which is currently under construction to try to maximize the taxes that would go back to the project that would be able to be leveraged for investment in the institutional anchor building. And then staff anticipate that the balance of the project would be phase 3 in the future as redevelopment on the retail portions of the property begin to be developed. This just shows the generation if we're able to maximize the tax increment that we want to leverage for future investment in the project. As you can see, the projects take a while to get started. Once they get started, the tax increment really starts to flow in. Where we're at right now is right before the red line, it gets brought into the equation. So the red line is the hotel. And to be able to capture the hotel before next year's assessments means that we'd be able to maximize the investment for the URA in this project. Generally speaking, this is from the pro forma of the project, and you'll see here that Tract B1, also known as the hotel, has been anticipated to be the second phase of TIF. That TIF, those revenues are expected to come to the URA starting in 2024, and once built out and stabilized, that would generate approximately $380,000 a year if timed appropriately and captured before it opens up. So on July 10th, the Commerce City Planning Commission approved a motion recommending that the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve this first modification at their meeting on July 17th. And what we're asking for tonight is for the URA to approve a resolution, URA 2023-11, which would also recommend that Council approve the first modification when they hear this case on July 17th. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you at this time.
It looks like I'm still in the queue, may I? Yep. Please, thank you. I have a lot of questions on how all of this works. I am noting that it looks like the CTE building that was promised to Adams 14 is back to being called an institutional anchor. Is that correct?
So it's not necessarily named yet. It has a variety of names. There is no formal name for that building yet. Our staff continues to meet with Adams 14, including earlier today, to try to identify the best partnership possible that maximizes their CTE program with this building. But tonight's consideration in this amendment has nothing at all to do with that building. It's to capture, to maximize the increment that we can receive from the hotel before it gets built.
Well, it must, because it's listed here as an institutional anchor building. So it says these revenues are expected to be pledged to secure future financing for the institutional anchor building and the furtherance of the urban renewal plan. I'm kind of feeling that it's like dog whistling and not actually saying what it is. So now the developer, Del West, is no longer held responsible for any of that that had to do with what was the commitment or the promise to Adams 14. So now it looks like the money is coming from the hotel, the taxes from the hotel?
So any legal agreements or any formal agreements that were ever made have been satisfied by Del West. That was for a one-time payment to the school. There is no future obligation that they build a building, nor do they have the finances in the project they're building to be able to do that. And again, the conversation today is not necessarily around that building. It's around the hotel, which is under construction. There will still be several conversations prior to going in and designing the institutional building or multicultural building or whatever name the URA wants to call that building. But that is not.
But it is, because it said right here that these revenues are expected to be pledged. So you're saying that it has nothing to do with that building when it says right here that it does?
Yes, so the revenues are going to be invested in that building. That building, what ultimately will be that building, will be a decision of the URA board. We continue to talk with Adams 14 about what they want their involvement to be in that building. At this point, there's been no discussion about the formal name of that building. The institutional anchor name is being used because that's what the HOK plan from 2021 calls it.
And there would be other agencies, institutions, whatever, possibly having space in that building?
So the way that that design would work is that we are working on a proposal from architectural firms right now that we would enter into a contract that would have multiple levels. You'd have a concept phase, a schematic phase, a design phase, a construction administration phase. It would likely be after we get through the concept phase that we would understand how many and who our partners in that building would be. As of right now, we've targeted specific performing arts users that the URA has authorized staff to discuss with, as well as Adams 14.
Well, I feel that we're not being real upfront and we're not being really good partners with the community itself. And this is all paid through taxes that would otherwise go to the city. So whether you have legal documents to prove anything, the fact is that it was indicated that that's what was going to be delivered, and that the developer was going to commit to that, and I feel like this is really dancing around the issue once again, and I just hate to see it continue to happen that way. I hear the same story every single time, and and again, dancing around the hard questions and what's actually happening here. So, I wish I understood this better than I seem to, but,
What I would,
I'm disappointed. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
what I'd like to reiterate is that tonight's decision about starting Phase 2 has no implications whatsoever on the design, appearance, use, occupancy, naming, or anything of a future municipal building or educational building, or whichever the board prefers to call it, that this just sets us up to be successful in a year or 2 years from now to start that process. That this is not a decision on naming that building or who's going to be occupying that building. This is simply that the hotel is under construction and we have an opportunity to capture those.
And I understand that, but that's not my point. It's not my point at all. And that's what I feel like it's like dodging the bullet. And I guess if we're going to continue to dodge the bullet, that's the way it's going to be.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt a resolution URA 2023-11. Commissioner Ford,
I move approval for URA 2023-11.
Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution URA 2023-11. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 8-1. Next up is going to be resolution URA 2023-12, Derby Gateway reappropriations. Once again, Mr. Aiken.
Thank you, Chairperson. This item is a budget reappropriations for a project that was allocated for funding as a mid-year appropriations last year. Last year, the Urban Renewal Authority allocated funding for the Derby Gateway project. We hired a design consultant. We hired a manufacturing firm. We went through the manufacturing. The sign was recently installed. We have South Adams County installing the meter, hopefully this week, so that we can start the landscaping next week and be done with that project in the very near future. Where we are at, though, is that on January 1st, the allocations from last year reverted back to fund balance. And as invoices are starting to come in to complete that project, Finance informed us that we needed to reallocate those funds to this project. So the balance, the 140, those are dollars that were allocated last year and unspent last year for this specific earmarked purpose.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council or on the URA board have any questions for staff? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. And I was looking over the presentation, and I will have to say the sign does look really nice, but I was just curious, you mentioned landscaping, but can you give us more information what was not completed in 2022 because it wasn't in the presentation?
Yes, so really nothing was completed in 22 as far as an expenditure, except that we got under contract with the sign manufacturer. And as part of that, we did have to put down a 50% deposit for them to start the manufacturing of the sign. So we spent basically, the monies that were spent is the down payment on the sign. And then what we have left is to pay off the sign, and then the balance of the funds go into landscaping. So we have a beautiful landscape scene going in around the area. As soon as the irrigation meter gets put into place, that was supposed to have been installed already, but South Adams County, when they popped the lid to drop down and put the irrigation meter in the ground, they'd found that it had been vandalized, and someone had come in there and basically cut everything and stolen everything, so we have to repair all the infrastructure before the meter can go in place. But we're pushing to have that done this Friday so that landscape can start in the next week or two around the sign. So the only parts of the allocations that were spent last year was the down deposit or the deposit on the sign itself.
Okay, thank you. And will there be like grass around it, or and what type of grass?
I have a picture of the landscape plan I can share with you, or I can email it to you, but it is a combination of trees, grasses, shrubs, and other landscape in that area. But let me pull it up real fast. So that is the final product right here.
Yep.
Combination of trees and shrubs and grasses. And again, it can be installed as soon as the irrigation meter is set, but we don't want to put that in place until we have irrigation and fear that it might die.
Okay, great, because I hope it's some zero-scaping and possibly, more environmental friendly type limited watering is included in that presentation, but from what I can see, it looks nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, all the landscape is native. There is going to be irrigation because the trees will need water, but you'll see here a majority that are boulders. There's different types of rocks and boulders as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you. Yes, could you tell me, are the trees that are being put in, are they specified as drought tolerant?
I'd have to follow up with you on that. We hired a landscape firm through PRG that put that plan together, and their directive was native plants, which I, as a layman, could assume is drought tolerant, but I'd have to follow up with
Well,
the designer.
those are the plants. I'm talking about the trees to make sure that they're drought tolerant, because I know that they had, I think on the sustainability list, they had included maples, and Commissioner, I believe, since we're on the URA right now, Doble pointed out that although maples are included, they die. They are not well-suited for this area at all. And so I think we need to revisit that, and I think we need to be very mindful of the tree selection so that we are choosing drought-tolerant trees so that we aren't having to, number one, replace them, but also to make sure that we're using as little water as possible to be an example for everyone else. But unless we do that from the get-go and we're thinking about it and like I said, mindful of our selections, then we're gonna go ahead and make the same mistakes that we just keep making. And, maybe these firms that we're choosing aren't thinking about that. They're looking at aesthetics more than anything. And so I want to make sure that if they aren't thinking about it, that we are. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I have one question. When is this project going to be done?
The Gateway project or Derby overall?
Derby will never be done. When is the Gateway project going to be done? This sign, the landscaping, everything there, I mean, it's been 3 years. When is it going to be done?
The end is in sight. I don't schedule when the meter goes in. I'm being told it will be this Friday. As soon as the meter goes in, it'll take us 2 weeks to finish the project.
Mr. Marino, is the meter going in on Friday? You bet, sir. Great. So before the first August meeting, before the August URA meeting, you are going to come back and tell the URA board that this project is done?
I will absolutely do my best to cross that finish line. You have my word.
Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you. I had one more thought. I also want to be aware of the heavy traffic that is on that corner, and we don't want to block the sight of anybody. So that's another thing that we really have to consider, because I saw evergreen trees there, which are spread out on the bottom and the top, and we have to be considerate of the citizens and their safety as well. So keep that in mind as far as how people can see where they're going with that.
And that was intentional in this design, that everything that was in any sort of sight distance triangle not obstruct a vehicle or pedestrian. So you'll see here, the landscape is pushed back off the highway, and up as you get closer to the highway is where we have a combinations of stones and rocks and boulders.
Okay, but if you're coming down 72nd and people are coming up Highway 2, well, I guess you couldn't see what's coming down Highway 2. I just want to make sure that we don't take away people's vision for safety purposes. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Hurst.
Ready for a motion?
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion second to approve URA Resolution 2023-12. Commissioner Hurst.
So moved.
Commissioner Ford. Have a motion and a second to approve Resolution URA 2023-12. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0, 3 excused absences. That concludes all the business we have for the Urban Renewal Authority this evening. We will adjourn that meeting and reconvene the city council meeting, and we will have the Growing Water Smart presentation with Mr. Moreno. We'll invite Jenna Hahn, Executive Management Analyst, to give the presentation.
I don't know. Thank you, Dylan. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We are here tonight to discuss Growing Water Smart. And as the Mayor already pointed out, we are joined by Abel Moreno, District Manager from South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Although I am the one giving this presentation, this is a collaborative partnership between the city and the district. So anytime I reference we, I'm talking about we as in both of our entities. So tonight we will talk about what exactly is Growing Water Smart, review our Growing Water Smart action plan, and highlight the various actions already taken by both of our entities. Earlier this year, the city and South Adams were accepted into the Northern Colorado Growing Water Smart 2023 workshop. This was a very competitive application process where only 7 municipalities were accepted to attend. We had a team of 7 attend this workshop. Our attendees included Abel Moreno and Glenn Hamilton from the Water District, Councilmember Susan Noble, Sean Poe, Nathan Chavez, and myself from the city, and we are also joined by our Special Water Counsel, Andrea Carroll. So the Growing Water Smart program helps communities integrate water and land use planning to better ensure water and sustainability resilience. The workshop has trained and helped leaders craft action plans to integrate water and land use planning. This particular workshop that we attended was sponsored by the Sonderen Institute and Babbitt Center for Land and Water Policy. So why Growing Water Smart? Why did we attend this workshop? Well, as I'm sure you all are aware, Colorado is navigating uncertainty around water availability, so jurisdictions are starting to fundamentally rethink our water use. Historically, around the state, planning for water resources and land use have been conducted separately, but it's really important that we consider these at the same time because how we build impacts the quantity and quality of water needed. Now, I do think it's very important to highlight that the Water District does have a healthy water portfolio, but development outside of our city's comp plan projection does create certain uncertainty for our water portfolio. So as a team, we crafted 3 goals at the start of our workshop that helped drive how we spent our time together over the next few days. So our first goal was to utilize water supply as a tool to incentivize development and growth for the community. Our second goal is to maximize efficiency strategies to fit the city build-out scenario into the district's current water supply acquisitions. And our third goal was a commitment between the city and South Adams to plan for land use and water together. These 3 goals help to drive the creation of our team action plan, which we will go ahead and talk about now. So the first section of our action plan focused on collaboration. So what we want to do is improve the general collaboration and coordination between the city and water district. We intend to do this through joint meetings between our city council and South Adams board, passing a joint resolution that sets clear processes and expectations of both entities, and entering into a new intergovernmental agreement to formalize this cooperating agency relationship. Section 2 of our action plan involves planning coordination. So what that means is integrating water into the upcoming comprehensive plan and more thoroughly integrating it into the future zoning plan. Our comp plan and the Water District's master plan are going to cross-reference one another. And within that, we're looking at creating water budgets based on character area boundaries and incentivizing water budget compliance. I might also like to point out that the district is working on updating their sustainability plan based on takeaways from the workshop. Section 3 of that action plan is analyzing the development review process. So that involves educating staff in both entities in Water 101 sessions so that we both know what our different entities need from development submittals. We're looking at creating an ERU guidance table, establishing an ERU allocation policy, and adding notes to planning areas that identify sites where developers will need to fund new or upsized water infrastructure. Our next section is water-wise plants, which of course involves promoting xeriscaping via education and eventually codifying it. We want to provide residents with tools to successfully xeriscape on their own, explore turf retrofit programs, and hire a landscape specialist. The last section of our action plan is building code updates, where we hope to develop fixture and appliance retrofit programs and possibly explore retrofit on resale requirements. So shifting gears from what our plan is to the actions that we've already taken since May, the city is drafting a xeriscaping webpage, and we are going to launch that as soon as possible. We have a xeriscaping presentation up next on the agenda that will be very informative for you all. Our comp plan coordination between the two entities is underway, and we do plan on codifying the water-wise landscape with future code updates. The development review improvement meetings are already underway, with more to be scheduled. Our first joint meeting between the City Council and South Adams Board is tentatively scheduled for July 31st, that we would intend to host here at the city. The district is planning to xeriscape their own property to be an example in the community. The city is exploring some non-functional turf replacement of some of our own property, and we're also exploring the possibility of xeriscape incentives for residents. Again, xeriscaping will be the topic of our next presentation. So at the end of our workshop, we created a team message that we were very proud of, so I will read it in its full so the residents and council can hear it. Commerce City is a vibrant, diverse, and thriving community with a rich history and promising opportunities for shaping our future. But water quality and supply threats lie ahead. Because of emerging contaminants, water scarcity, and environmental injustices, collaboration and communication between the city and our water provider are more paramount than ever. Therefore, it is imperative that Commerce City and South Adams County Water and Sanitation District come together to plan our future in a healthy and strategic manner to enjoy a quality community for a lifetime. Thank you. That is the conclusion of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have about our plan to be growing water smart.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you so much, and this is so refreshing to hear. I actually met with the governor for EJ Coalitions on Friday, specifically about water quality, and then today with Admiral Rachel Levine for the Assistant Secretary of Health too. Everybody's focused about water this year, especially legislative sessions. How are you gonna get HOAs on board, specifically for xeriscaping? I know even our HOA is not very friendly to community gardens, and how to look at xeriscaping as a transformative way for water conservation and soil reclamation. So that's my first question. And then the second one is that you said there's funding for retrofitting. Will that also include filters for communities that legitimately need their water addressed now, today? There's, like I said, we met on Friday, and a lot of community members are saying they still get eczema and rashes from just taking showers in their house. So how are we looking at water in that transformative way too?
So your first question about xeriscaping, I think, will be addressed by Mr. Tolbert in the next presentation on xeriscaping, if you're okay shelving that and re-asking him. As far as the retrofit portion, we, to be honest, haven't gotten to that part of the action plan. We've been trying to hit on the lower hanging fruit per se to get what we can done immediately. But that is certainly not something that's lost to us, city or water district.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Councilmember Noble?
I want to take a moment here to thank Jenna Hahn for applying for this. It was a wonderful 2.5 days, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have spent it with all of you and to sit together as a team. It was really a great experience. I look forward to also discussing in the next presentation about functional versus non-functional turf, the question of rocks, artificial turf. I mean, we're not talking about a desert here, and they made that quite clear. We had sessions in the afternoon where we as a team sat together, but during the mornings we had lots of workshops and education. So it was really important for that reason. And I want to take sort of like a moment of personal privilege, if I may, for just a minute, because Sean Poe was with us at that conference, and we all saw the storm clouds on Wednesday. The workshops closed down earlier so we could all race home in the hopes of beating the rain. Mr. Poe found out that afternoon that he had been named interim public works director. And by the end of the week, 96th Street was basically washed out. So he was really in a trial by fire in just a very short space of time. Not only was he having to learn a new department, but also then to have 96th Street occur at the same time. Suddenly, we go from talking about lack of water to having too much water. But anyway, I really appreciate him being able to shift gears under those kinds of circumstances. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Ms. Hahn.
Appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. When I was at the CML conference, I met a consultant who works with entities on finding money for water solutions. Would you mind if I share that contact information with you?
Please do.
All right, very good. Thank you. I will make sure that I get that to you.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Any other questions, comments? All right, thank you very much for the presentation, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next up is going to be a presentation on xeriscaping in Commerce City. I'll invite Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We wanted to talk a few minutes tonight about xeriscaping because our regulations, we have come to determine, are fairly confusing about xeriscaping. Our code requires all landscape plans to incorporate water conservation materials, but does not require xeriscaping. In 2021, the state passed a bill that prevented HOAs from prohibiting the use of xeriscape in backyards. HOAs may adopt and enforce design standards, but they must have at least 3 alternatives for folks if they do that. And I think this has just thrown more confusion into it. Our citizens are not sure what they can do. A lot of confusion on what xeriscaping is. It's a method that aims to use as little water as possible while still maintaining aesthetically pleasing and eco-friendly landscaping. It's particularly relevant in regions with limited water resources, not a desert, but limited water resources. And it's an approach that's growing and growing in popularity, particularly in this part of the world. The benefits are it can reduce your potable water use by more than 50%, can increase property value when done right, can reduce maintenance costs, and eliminate the need for using harmful chemicals that are getting into the water supply also. More drought tolerant than turf grass and promotes biodiversity. Of course, we've all seen examples here, a couple of nice ones that have been done of what xeriscaping can be. Our current code says in rear yards there are no restrictions. You can xeriscape all day long in a rear yard. Front and side yards you can xeriscape, but at the minimum you still have to have 2 trees, 12 shrubs, 75% live plants, and there's a limit on any turf that you can put in. And in the tree lawn, it says it can be sod and trees. However, it does give the flexibility to allow xeriscaping. It doesn't give any guidance, but it does give the flexibility to allow xeriscaping. What I wanted to do when we first started out with this presentation was simply to come to you and say, I think we have the authority, and we're getting a lot of requests from people to do xeriscaping, and really want to get some guidance from you. You know, in the rear yard, HOAs have the ability to have some control. But if we're going to review and approve any xeriscaping, big question is if the council thinks we should require HOA approval if it's within an HOA area before we say, yes, you can do that in your front yard. Again, I think we have the flexibility within the current guidelines we have, which are not good, but there is flexibility there. I've actually approved 3 cases in the last 2 weeks. Dr. Russo reviewing for the plants, materials, and all, because she has that expertise. But we need to get more guidance. Also, we're working on, and Jenna alluded to this, we're going to immediately update the city website with guidance, make it easy for citizens to use. We've got the information about the low impact development standards that we intend to incorporate into the new code, but we don't, we're going to put those out as guidance for anybody that wants to use them. Dr. Russo has developed an approved plant list. We've also got the drought tolerant plants from South Adams Water that we want to incorporate in that. And we also want to include fire resistant plants because that's really important in this part of the world. After we get that done, we want to then codify and adopt the low impact development standards, adopt the actual approved plant list, clarify language on xeriscaping with standards and process, and then explore an incentive program that some communities have used to encourage conversion of turf lawns. Again, that's for xeriscaping. That's not, and xeriscaping, there's a lot of things xeriscaping is not. So, xeriscaping has to drain. It has to be, has to help replenish the groundwater. And so there's some things that do that and some that don't, but we want to make sure we've got the right standards. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Councilmember Hurst.
Not sure if it's a question as much as it is a statement. Obviously, the whole city is not managed by HOAs, like by neighborhood. I think we should set a minimum standard. The HOAs have to accept at least this in the front yard, and then can go above and beyond. I mean, on my street, just my street in my neighborhood, there's 4 meticulously landscaped xeriscapes. They all exceed the 12 shrubs for sure. They look great. They add a ton of color to our street. And I think they, even one of them doesn't even have a what's that called, the tree lawn anymore. It's completely xeriscaped as well, and that's actually right in front of my house. And that looks great too. So I think setting a minimum standard could be the way for the HOAs, and then allow them to, as long as it meets that minimum standard and doesn't exceed some kind of astronomical standard, then the HOA could have their own way to approve those. But I mean, I'm on board with not allowing HOAs to stop it in the front yard as well as the backyard.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that this activity is precipitous and that it needs more communication with the community and a period of education, like at least 3 months education. Even the 2 pictures you showed are rock heavy, stone heavy, which is not what we learned actually at the Growing Water Smart conference. So there's two kinds of lawns. One is functional and one is non-functional. If it's not an area that you will be using and you're just putting in green grass such as a tree lawn, people don't really use that for anything, then that would be considered non-functional lawn. But anywhere else, it would be functional lawn. So there could be a maximum on the amount of functional lawn, but not necessarily on turf, period. There is Tahoma Bermuda grass that we learned about at the Colorado Municipal League Conference, which requires 60% less water and is just a very, it's like a fluffy grass. It's short, it doesn't need mowing. You water it once a month and mow every 6 months. It's a very light turf. So you can actually include turfs. I think that the other issue for me is that the whole question of xeriscape was brought to the forefront by one of my constituents in Ward 4. And I really appreciate he did that because I think it's important for us to be talking about. However, I was advised by the city that xeriscaping, and that's X-I-R-I, not Z-E-R-O, so let's be clear about that, that XERI-scaping, or Colorado scaping, they called it at Growing Water Smart, so you get away from the zero-zero thing, that you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. So I had other residents get refunds, et cetera, et cetera. Lo and behold, I discover that a developer has put in xeriscaping on 104th. Now, clearly the city knew that that had been approved when we wind up in the Denver Post with a story about how Commerce City doesn't allow xeriscaping in the tree lawns. And yet there we were providing that privilege to a developer while I'm having to tell my constituents they can't, and they're getting refunds from their landscapers in order to wait until the time changes. And then you have Councilmember Hurst talking about 4 yards in his neighborhood where it's already been done. And as you know, I saw one that was being done just a week or so ago that, as far as I knew, that you had told me you had not approved yet. So I would like us to take a bit of a pause here and everybody to get on the same page before these are permitted, because they will change the character of neighborhoods forever. People will not be returning their tree lawns back to the curb. They will always be what they are once they are removed. What's it mean to put in that many rocks? What does that kind of rock landscaping do in an area like Commerce City that is as hot as it is? Generally, this week we're going to be in the mid-90s. What will that do to the heat quotient? Do we create heat islands if we have too much rock? I have been contacted by an artificial turf salesperson who said that he has people who would like to put in artificial turf in their front yard. What is our position on artificial turf? Some cities have a maximum on functional turf of 50%. And we're describing this as removing all turf. That isn't necessarily what's required. So I think we're not all on the same page because philosophically we haven't had this discussion, and yet we're moving ahead quickly as if this discussion has occurred with the city council, but it hasn't. It's only happening tonight for the first time.
Councilmember, I would not argue with you. I think that might be a great idea because and I'm the one that told you it couldn't be done because I was relying on something I'd been told by staff, and then after I kept getting questions, I went back and researched it and came to a different opinion. That's how that happened, and I apologize. We've been trying to catch up and deal with people. It's happening a lot without us knowing about it. People go ahead and do it, and we find out, and they're 3/4 of the way finished. We did not discuss the use of artificial turf. That's something that I think, right now, the code says artificial turf is only allowed in parks and open space. It's not allowed in any yard. we need to address that because there are a lot of people wanting to use it. There's good artificial turf and there's not so good artificial turf. I would love if, if I'm not sure how we would need to do it, but if we paused permitting any more to let us, we've got almost everything we need. Like I say, Dr. Russo's been working behind the scenes on it for several weeks. We could bring something back to the council and let you make those decisions for guidance and change the codes where we need to. But I think we've got to address it. We're getting calls regularly about it, and we need to be, we need to make sure that it's done right. I'm comfortable with the 3 that we've approved because we vetted them and with somebody that knows much more about it than I do. But again, that doesn't mean it's right. We just need to get that in the code, get in policy so that we can move forward.
Well, thank you very much for falling on your sword. I appreciate it, Mr. Tolbert.
Sometimes I make mistakes.
Okay,
Try
well,
not to.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I think that would be a good idea. Ask for your questions about the HOA. And I do like Councilmember Hurst's idea of us having minimum standards so that if the HOA, I don't know whether they'd want to do more or something, but as you stated, state law prohibits an HOA from actually preventing xeriscaping. So that will be important to consider. The only thing that stood in people's way is that theoretically we required tree lawns, but now it appears that we don't necessarily, although why does someone need to have a permit for changing their front yard or their tree lawn? Why is that even necessary?
It's very confusing. I'm not sure that our code says they do. We just trying to make sure that anybody, the difficulty is the one-offs. I think the code is very clear when it is a developer doing a full project with xeriscape. They are allowed to present that and do it as long as it meets certain guidelines. The difficulty is 5 years after somebody's moved in and a development is finished and they come in, that's what's happening now. We're getting people wanting to convert. That's where we need the first guidance, but we also need guidance on how those others are done. Because again, the language is not real detailed on what constitutes adequate xeriscaping. But it's 2 different, one is with the development, one is the one-offs after development. And that's where the 3 that I'm seeing now are, and others that have contacted us are, it's, there's already a tree lawn, it was built by the developers, now they're wanting to change it because they're responsible for maintaining it.
Yeah, and I do, with regards to developers did a subdivision or a project in a subdivision in Commerce City that's virtually all rock, other than occasional splotches of plants in the rock. And that neighborhood has been having tremendous runoff, erosion, and flood issues. And the question in my mind is, what if there had been actually landscaping there, plants and roots that would have grabbed some of that water, that there wasn't going to be that kind of sheeting that some people put under the rocks, which all of the area has. And so that sheet acted just as a slide, sending that water down the hill. There's so much more that needs to be double-checked here before we just move ahead rapidly.
There's appropriate xeriscaping just as there's appropriate landscaping. It could have been landscaped, and if not done correctly with right drainage, we could have gotten the same impact. So we don't disagree with that.
Okay, so then at some point, I would like to make a motion to pause on permits for 90 days.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Tolbert, for this presentation. I just had a couple questions. One, when it says like non-vegetative turf grass, that's the same as like artificial grass, right?
I think that's what it's supposed to mean, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, because this is something, like I said, I would like to see the city explore more in depth because it has a lot of benefits. There's so many different companies out there. It's environmental friendly, and that I'm aware of. It hasn't been updated, the ordinance, since 2012, correct?
Right.
Okay. And then one concern that I would like to see more information and included in the next presentation or moving forward is what about the areas like in the south that wasn't mentioned in the presentation? So most of the area doesn't have HOAs, and then some people consider weeds as xeriscape, and so I'd like to see how the city's gonna address that as well.
Yes, ma'am. We'll come back to you. We'll come back with all that. Absolutely, you're right. Those are the more difficult ones, how we make sure we're getting the information and the regulation is appropriately scaled.
Great, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back quickly to support Councilwoman Noble's request for more education. I think the point I was making earlier could be expanded a bit more. There's 4 different types of xeriscaping on my street. And I think they're all fine, just personally I do, but I do think so one of them has a patch of grass that is well kept, but it's completely surrounding it. There's some boulders and rocks and desert style plants, and it looks good. And then you have one that uses far more mulch and plants with a couple trees, and then there's one that's full of flowers and lots of different plants all over the front yard, and across the street, just a different version of that. And so and then what Councilwoman Noble talks about, I lived in Nevada for a while, and a lot of those front yards are 100% rock because that's the desert style of xeriscaping. So I think educating us and the community and having a conversation would go a long way of what xeriscaping is and what it's not, or Colorado-scaping. I like that one better. Because I think with guidance, I know the HOA that I live in has talked about this for a long time, but it always kind of has been, well, what's the limit to this? Do we have to get the city's approval on top of the HOA's approval inside of that? And I couldn't tell you how that actually happens, but I know, like I said, 4 just on my street. I don't know about my whole neighborhood. There could be even more. But yeah, just on my street, I'd say there's 4 different good case studies to look at.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Kim?
All right, this thing on? Good deal. Hey, Jim, thanks for the presentation altogether. Just got a few questions for you and more comments too. First off, regarding we talked about, I think you briefly mentioned about HOAs. Just curious to know, it sounds like, this is a great thing to do as far as to conserve water, to protect the environment. And I know Dr. Rousseau could probably speak more better essentially or as far as as far as what the advantages of xeriscaping are. But has there anybody, assuming that it sounds like there's a conversation that needs to be had with potentially HOAs as far as what the impacts are with them or something to that effect?
Yes, sir. I think if we move in this direction, absolutely, we need to convene a group and talk through how we do that.
Okay. The other thing too is I'd say it's definitely got to be done right. At the end of the day, as far as with whatever we decide on altogether, along with working with the HOAs, because I just kind of wonder as far as what impacts would that have with code enforcement, because you have xeriscaping out there. If there are so many different designs for xeriscaping altogether, I can probably throw a trailer in the middle of my lawn and say, hey, that's part of the vegetation that I'm xeriscaping or whatever. So obviously having the right rules, stringent rules and regulations would be in order. Obviously maybe just kind of what I would convey as well, maybe some uniformity at some point would probably be ideal as well. The other thing I have as far as anybody right now within the city that currently has been approved for xeriscaping?
There are, on the one-offs, there are 3 of those.
There's 3 of those?
Yes, sir.
How did they get approved?
They submitted after we determined that they could do it. They submitted a design. They got their HOA to approve and back them up and submitted it, and we approved it.
So right now, anybody can actually submit now then, if they wanted to then?
That's part of the confusion, but I think the code would allow us to make that determination if they submit. I think that's why I'd be very supportive of putting a pause until we put a real process in place.
Okay. And as far as developers are concerned, I know developers are required to provide a landscape plan, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so is there plans to potentially go back to them to allow them to xeriscape? Would there be some idea of that? I mean, what do you?
If
what are your
they,
thoughts?
on anything that they still control, they could submit an amendment to their permit and possibly do that. They couldn't do it in somebody's front yard that they don't control. That would be up to the property owner, unless they all came together and we're gonna do it collectively. But on areas that they control, they could do that.
And just so I'm clear on this too, regarding tree lawns, are we saying that right now it looks like we could potentially xeriscape tree lawns on top of the front yard too?
Yes, sir, with some limitations, yes, sir.
Awesome, I'm gonna get started on mine tomorrow then. Just
make sure
kidding.
you submit a plan.
I'm just kidding. All right, and then I think I agree with the rest of the council members on here too with regards to education. Education is a true must. Everybody there, I get, you know, people say, yeah, xeriscaping is something that we want, but then it's, okay, what does that entail? I think part of that education too is to really make sure that our code enforcement team, you know, is aware and they know what they could potentially enforce upon. I mean, weeds versus actual shrubbery or whatever the case is. I know that's a very touchy or delicate, whatever the heck you want to call it, way of looking at it, but.
That's one of the difficulties for them now is that it's not very clear, so.
Right.
Give us a chance to getting it clear would make their life easier.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, I appreciate your presentation and thank you for this.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this intention, honestly. Xeriscaping can be one of those spaces that we can be transformative. And I work a lot with Groundworks, Denver, Spirit of the Sun, a lot of indigenous communities that know how to reclaim soil and then also how to work in spaces like this too, to where it can go commercial. So some spaces that, yeah, weeds were once considered like mullein, a weed. It's actually good for your lungs. So how are we looking at xeriscaping specifically to heal Commerce City, in a sense? How are we looking at how we can heal the soil? It's not just gonna be aesthetically pleasing, but specifically an environmental justice initiative too. So how can we support that? And my past life was a teacher. Education is gonna be key, even for our spaces too. How are we looking at xeriscaping again as a restorative way as a city to where it's not just homeowners and HOAs, but even how we're handling all spaces from schools to other, not just community gardens, but legitimately knowing your landscape and healing what we already know as a DIC. So I just wanted to throw that out of any type of bridging I can help, and even community volunteers that legitimately can help educate in that space as well.
Great point, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Can we talk about the weed thing for a minute too? We do have a weed ordinance that requires folks to mow down their vegetation to a certain height. So this could potentially conflict. They could call it xeriscaping, and you know, it's certainly perennials. They are natural growing Colorado plants. So that distinction needs to be made as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it all right to make?
Yep,
You
now's
want
your
to?
time.
Pardon me?
Now's your chance.
Okay, now's my chance. All right. So my motion is to pause on permits for xeriscaping or Colorado-scaping for 90 days while we put rules in place.
I have a motion to pause the processing or approval of permits for the period of 90 days for any xeriscaping within Commerce City while new rules are put in place. Is there a second?
Can I just clarify, is the specific permit referred to in a code as a xeriscaping?
No, ma'am.
Can you just, would you mind clarifying for the council member what type of permit, what it's called?
I think it would just be to not permit any more xeriscaping until we have this resolved.
Mr. Rogers?
Point of clarification, Councilmember Noble, are you looking at a postponement of xeriscaping for individual lots, or subject to a developer submitting a landscape plan as part of their development proposal?
As part of everybody, because it has been handled unfairly to this point, inequitably, so it should apply to everyone while we put these in place. The xeriscaping I saw that the developer put in was rocks and single plants in the tree lawn. So, and that's in a very visible location, I might add, right on 104th. So yes, everybody, it applies to everybody.
Okay, I have a motion second to pause the approval of xeriscaping for 90 days. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion second to pause the approval of xeriscaping at Commerce City for 90 days. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
It was actually just discussion on something else, so, but it applies to the subject. So I was also going to second, but that was already done. So would you like me to wait, Mayor Huseman?
Sure, why don't you hold
All
on?
right.
Councilmember Hurst?
The only other aspect to that I'd like us to add is, we've talked about this several times, all the grass strips on the side of major roadways that, you know, probably shouldn't be grass anymore because we lay, you know, de-icer products and everything out like that all winter. And then you come back in the spring with this expectation that it's gonna grow back, and it's not. It's not gonna grow back. So having, you know, an alternative path on city property as well is something that I think we should address for all the same reasons.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I don't think I can support this only because, you know, it's summertime and in Colorado, we got a limited time to work on lawns and landscaping and, you know, do all these things before the weather sets in. So, you know, I think it's hard enough for people already, and we've already been hearing from the community that this is something that they want to see. So I think, you know, as long as staff is using a consistent standard to approve these permits for everyone. And, you know, like you said in your presentation, it doesn't sound like we're getting, you know, hundreds or thousands of these permits. You know, we're talking about a limited number. So as long as we have those standards, and I think what you presented look like quality xeriscaping, I think we should be supportive of this type of landscaping in our communities, so I won't be supporting.
I have a motion second to pause the approval of xeriscaping projects in Commerce City for 90 days. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion will pass 6-3. Okay, Councilmember Douglas, you had some discussion you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Tolbert, I had a question for you. So I drive down Quebec a lot, and the median, the plants that were chosen to plant there aren't surviving very well, and we have hardy papasses growing up in the middle, and I think they just lit there and grew, but we have the short vegetation so could we start looking at doing something with Quebec while all this is happening as well? And
yes, ma'am.
Do something with it. I really appreciate it because I think Quebec is kind of the gateway to Commerce City, and I'd like to see that in particular.
I think there's no doubt we need some better clarification on native grasses and weeds and how we maintain those. And I know that Mr. Maxwell's been working on updating the policies on how we do that, so.
Very good. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're working on that while all the rest of this is going on. So,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 13 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item? Councilmember Douglas. Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to pull two, Resolution 2023-068 and Ordinance 2524.
Can you repeat that one more time for me, please?
Yes, Resolution 2023-068 and Ordinance 2524.
Any others? All right, looking for a motion second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford. Have a motion second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the June 5th, 2023 regular meeting, minutes of the June 12th, 2023 regular meeting. Ordinance 2511, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of a portion of the city's sharing amount received from the Metropolitan Football Stadium District in the amount of $595,461.97 to be used for youth activities and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2517, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by recognition of a portion of the city's sharing amount received from the Metropolitan District. That's a duplicate title. Do you have the title pulled up real quick, Brittany? 2517. Apologies, give me just a moment. Ordinance 2517, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2, 3006 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to authorize the Citizen Public Safety Advisory Board to initiate or participate in community service projects that relate to public safety in the city. Ordinance 2518, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3003 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to codify the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. Resolution 2519, our Ordinance 2519, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3008 for the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to authorize the Veterans Commission to initiate or participate in community service projects that benefit veterans of Commerce City. Ordinance 2520, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 2, Section 2-3005 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to authorize the Youth Commission to initiate or participate in community service projects that benefit the youth of Commerce City. Let's see here, which one? 2524, okay. Ordinance 2525, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by recognizing certain appropriations in the General Fund, Police Donations Fund, and Grant Fund totaling $1,396,167.99 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2527, an ordinance enacting a 12-month moratorium on new retail and medical marijuana store licenses in Wards 1 and 2 in the City of Commerce City. Ordinance 2529, an ordinance amending Article 2 of Chapter 6 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to create enforcement and fines for abandoned shopping carts. Ordinance 2530, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year pilot program for the issuance of outdoor service permits to allow outdoor service areas for restaurants and bars. Your vote is open.
All right, consent agenda as amended passes unanimously 9-0. Councilmember Noble, you pulled Resolution 2023-068.
Yes, I pulled this resolution because I thought it was important for the community to hear that Commerce City is part of the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program. This is an aspect of Vision Zero safety plan. Vision Zero is a strategy to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries on roadways. Vision Zero emphasizes a safe systems approach, which acknowledges that people make mistakes, but focuses on influencing system-wide practices, policies, and designs to lessen the severity of crashes. We will also be working with Adams County on that. So I pulled it not in opposition, but to draw attention to the fact that we will be participating The program will cost $150,350, but Commerce City's portion is $30,070. So I would make a motion then to, would I do that?
Sure.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-068.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-068. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-068, a resolution authorizing execution of an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and the Federal Highway Administration for development of Commerce City Safety Action Plan.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2023-068. The title has been read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. All right, Councilmember Noble, you also pulled ordinance 2524.
Yes, I did, and I did so for the same purpose, which is to draw the community's attention to this item. It is the school traffic calming project. It is an authorized expenditure of $400,000. Its intended funding uses are to complete the school traffic calming project, including installing speed tables, speed humps, where speed tables cannot be installed due to constraints, signage, pavement markings, and associated concrete work for ADA ramps, curb and/or sidewalk replacement where needed. Could our city manager, Mr. Rogers, bring us up to date on where we are on these traffic calming measures, where it has been completed and when it will be completed for all the schools?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for that. Our contractor has begun the milling and paving for prepping of the speed tables. Our contractor plans to begin the speed table installation on July 17th, in which we complete 5 school locations each week over the course of a 2-week period. So for example, on Monday, July 17th, we will be starting at Rose Hill Elementary, then moving on to the next day at Kearney Middle School, the following day to Kemp Elementary School, and so forth, ending with Stewart Middle School on July 28th.
Okay, and how many schools total will that be?
12 approximately, ma'am.
Okay, so 12 schools will have it, and it will be done by July 28th, which was constituents' concerns about it being accomplished before the kids go back to school in August.
That is
So
correct.
that's good. All right. And I will make a motion to approve ordinance 2524.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2524 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? So, when did council originally direct you to get this done? In April?
Thereabouts, sir.
And here we are, the middle of July, and not a single speed table has been installed yet?
That would be correct, sir.
That's a crying shame. And it's just inexcusable. This council gave a direction and said, go get this done. And nothing has been done up till now. I'm beyond agitated by this. Livid comes to mind. Inexcusable. Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention also with regards to why we are doing this, and this is because of Kara Kincaid, 16 years old. She was killed in a hit and run by a gentleman who was caught, who's currently out on bond apparently right now. And that's a crying shame in itself too, but that's just my own personal opinion in itself. Just point of clarification, what I want to make sure I understand this. The understanding is by July 28th, all schools within Commerce City will be done. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I've got. Just want to make sure the name was out there because that's the purpose of this. The reason why we made that motion originally back in April, because a 16-year-old was killed by another vehicle. And you can only imagine how I feel as a parent myself with regards to if I had a child who was killed by a drunk driver or whatever the case was. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. I'd like to concur with Councilmember Kim's comments This is the reason that this came about. This probably didn't happen, but I'm wondering, was there input from the community members who lived around? How was it decided where they were going to be put? And
I would call Mr. Champeau to speak about the specifics, but I will have to say this. I can appreciate the level of frustration and or perception of delay or deference, but I would say that with respect to identifying multiple locations, we're not talking about 4 or 5 speed tables or hubs. We're talking multiple locations in just one. For example, at one school, we're talking about 12 to 15 different installations. In doing that, being mindful of the surrounding community, and Mr. Poe may be able to speak to that. Yes, council gave us direction, and we intend to deliver on that direction, which was before the beginning of the school year. We have not lost sight of that. We are on target for that, and we will get that done. But Mr. Poe, you may be able to expound upon how we went through identifying those locations that have the maximum effect to what the council directed us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. Yeah, this has been a long process. It is something that you can't just do overnight. I also understand the very sense of urgency. Mayor, we had a really good conversation the night before the action was taken. There are several steps that you have to do. We had to get the contractor on board. Once that, we had to develop the plan itself. That takes time. We had to meet with the facilities in both school districts. We also sent letters out to the homeowners where there's speed tables that are going to be installed. We had to look at a lot of the constraints that are out there with drainage, just location, ADA. The plan took a little time to make sure that we get it done right. The last thing we want to do is have a contractor go out there and start work and then have to redo something. So we are on task to get this completed before school district as directed by the city council. I wish we were further along and had better, more to report, but these things take time. And this was another project that was added to the workload that we were working on top of everything else. So we are doing our best. I assure you that we are doing everything we can to make sure that we get this accomplished in the time frame that we talked about.
so can you tell me how it was decided where they were going to be?
Yes, we look at just what there's a lot of factors at play, depending on where, the length of the roadways that are around the school, locations of driveways, existing current crosswalks that are in the area where we can combine those crosswalks with a speed table to make it a raised crosswalk. A lot has went into it, and I can assure you, Michael Rank has put in hours upon hours on this project. He understands, he's our transportation engineer, understands the sense of urgency as well, and has spent a lot of hours on top of just his other day-to-day duties that he had programmed also. So, but yeah, he looks at a lot of the physical characteristics that are out there in addition to making sure that they're spaced adequately. The last thing we want to do is have these things installed in locations that create unintended consequences. And we have to go back out there and may have to remove them. So we wanted to do it right the first time.
So if there were any residents who wanted to consult with him as far as like asking why or where he would be available to give some kind of explanation as to where they were decided to be placed and so on and so forth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, awesome. So I was over at Monaco Elementary School yesterday, just checking everything out. There's a temporary one that's on 76.
That's correct.
So these are going to be permanent, though, correct?
Correct. The ones that were installed at Monaco and DuPont, now keep in mind, those are in unincorporated Adams County. And there was already a process underway with the residents with Adams County under their traffic calming policy for the DuPont school. And that was underway prior to the tragedy that occurred.
Okay. So the temporary ones that are in place right now, those are through Adams County?
That's correct. So they purchased two sets. They were going to have just one set at DuPont prior to the incident occurring. And they had the second set, and we worked with them, and they decided to put a set on 76 temporarily until we can do the permanent ones.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much for answering that. I really appreciate it.
I have a motion second to approve ordinance 2524 on second and final reading. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2524, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating $400,000 of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund and transferring to the capital expenditures fund to be used for costs associated with the school traffic calming project and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously 9-0. Next up, we have Resolution 2023-066, adopting the Sustainability Action Plan. I'll invite Dr. Rosemary Russo, Sustainability Manager, to introduce the item.
Thank you. If I could backtrack for a minute, I just have one comment about maples for Councilmember Douglas. So all maples are not created equal, and Wasatch maples and Norway maples are drought tolerant. And so you really need to look at the species of maples. So it is specified. So we have worked on, as Jim Tolbert mentioned, we worked on a drought tolerant, fire resistant, native plant list, and we indicated which have all three, the like trifecta. And so those are within our new updated, yeah. And then I also wanted, before I start about the Sustainability Action Plan, I did just want to thank the EPAC member for making a public comment and reiterate her thanks and my thanks to Jason and Kathy and Jim Tolbert and Cheryl for creating a new division within the city manager's office called Energy, Equity, and the Environment. It's a small division of myself and Libby Tart, who's in the back of the room. You might know her. She's a planner and very well versed in environmental policy. So having some people focused on this will really help us move and advance some of the policies and projects that were identified in the Sustainability Action Plan. So again, you know, when we started off with the Sustainability Action Plan, it was really more geared to greenhouse gases, and over the course of meeting with the community and residents and the businesses and industry, it got expanded, and now it is more comprehensive, and it really looks at different metrics, including like water conservation and biodiversity and engagement. And the main points of the Sustainability Action Plan is having measurable targets. So we have numerical targets now. We spent a lot of time and a lot of funds on having these baselines for the community and the baselines for the municipal government. So now we know what our water use is and what our electricity use is. So the idea of having measurable targets is we can track our progress. We have strategies within these different sectors to get to our targets, and it's really a systematic way to advance environmental protection. There's also within the Sustainability Action Plan resolutions and ordinances. 2 will be complete tonight, hopefully. The other ones we will bring and discuss in more detail. So again, these are the targets. We have targets about energy use, renewable energy, electrification, air pollution, water conservation, tree canopy. And again, these go within these 10 big sectors. So the sectors are education and outreach, energy efficiency, renewable energy, adaptation, recycling and waste diversion, water conservation, water quality, transportation, community health, funding and purchasing, biodiversity, tree canopy, and local food resiliency. The resolutions that I mentioned, you have already approved the EPAC permanency. The one we're discussing tonight is having measurable targets. And the importance of having measurable targets and an approved sustainability action plan is when we go for these local and state and federal grants, we will be more competitive. Because one of the key issues that they look at when we go for these various grants is their leadership support. And so when you have a sustainability action plan that's been approved, you're helping your chances. It also helps to bring in more diverse businesses. So if you have a sustainability action plan that's approved, you're more likely to get a geothermal company or a solar company or a company that is a little different from just a warehouse and outdoor storage. So in the meantime, even though this hasn't been approved, we have been working on some of the projects and policies. Some of the accomplishments from the past year and a half were we launched these monthly challenges. We're putting more articles and information in Community Connects. We're doing certain targeted events and then attending events that are already occurring in the community. We spent a lot of time on grant proposals, legislative leadership, and then working on different pieces for a website redesign. So this is just an example of one of the challenges. So the whole idea behind these monthly challenges is you're giving residents and you're giving businesses ideas of what they can do to empower them and be part of creating a more healthy community. And then at the end of each month, I calculate all the economic and environmental savings. And so people realize collectively what a difference they can make. We also, last week, I had my best day in a year and a half with Commerce City. We doubled the number of community gardens in Commerce City from 1 to 2, but it is a beautiful garden at Village Crest at the apartments. We spent 5 hours. We had 25 kids and their moms and their grandma, and they came up and we cleaned up the area. We got rid of a lot of the weeds. We constructed raised garden beds. I had done a little survey with the kids in that apartment complex, asking them what they would like us to plant. And so we have a vegetable bed, we have a pollinator garden, and we have a fruit bed. Watermelons and pumpkins, and we got 2 tons of soil that we spread along the area. We launched back to Councilwoman Chicon's comment about phytoremediation. We launched a little phytoremediation sunflower challenge and contest. So the kids all planted. They have popsicle sticks with their names, and they in September, we'll have a little contest of the tallest sunflower, the most transformational space for their sunflower, and the funnest picture. It was 5 hours of education. We talked about biodiversity. We talked about water conservation. I worked with the property manager, Esmeralda, and then Roxanne Martinez, who's a Commerce City employee. And so it was a really great project. And I told the kids they would be on TV tonight, so even though this isn't in your packet, sorry, but I did promise. So these are the kids hard at work. And then this is our little report card for this year so far. So we've done some seminars. I'm working on some training modules for staff, and then also ones that we can put on the website. I already talked about the monthly challenges. We haven't finished it, but the Healthy Homes, we put together a grant for the Healthy Homes, and part of that will be the reverse osmosis filter. So if we are awarded that grant, we can cover that within that. And then community garden, and Mr. Talbot talked about the water-wise. We have a modified plant list. We have a drought and fire-resistant plant list as well, and that includes trees, plants, vines. We didn't have a lot of vines in our code, and we have a lot of metal fences and fences in general. So if you have outdoor storage, I think having these drought-tolerant vines really lessens the impact. And then finally, we have a low-impact development guide. We have 2 checklists, one for developers and one for staff. And so low-impact development is really a lot of what we had been talking about earlier. It's about bioswales and different kinds of landscaping and ways to really reduce stormwater runoff. So that's all I have tonight, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Chacon?
Thank you so much for all you do, Dr. Russo. I see you in so many spaces. The one thing that we've been mentioning a lot specifically is community stakeholding, to where we're moving past community engagement. The governor promised us that he'll support more of community members running for boards and commissions. So is there any education that we can include, especially for community engagement, of how can you be on these boards and commissions, and how can we support you in education to be making these decisions and have that kind of stakeholding?
Well, we have our EPAC committee, which there's 11 members, and we've started meeting again. They're a great group. One woman came from the Youth Commission. I didn't steal her. She's going to serve on both. So that will be a great liaison into the schools, and I'm really excited over the next year of making better connections and partnerships with the schools. We are part of a grant to put air monitors at more schools. And so that will be, it's not just the air monitors, but there's curriculum, and there's money within that grant that teachers can get stipends for their extra time on it. And so I think the EPAC is really they're good ambassadors to get more people involved. I know when we did I think it was before you had started, but when we did the Sustainability Action Plan, several EPAC members it was called Dinner in a Box, where they would have all their neighbors come over, and it was a very informal way to go over some of the air quality and the more technical information in a more relaxed atmosphere that people felt, comfortable talking and discussing and bringing forth their ideas.
Sweet. We're right now, Councilmember Douglas joined me last week with Protejete and Conservation, or a couple weeks ago with Conservation Colorado, doing an EJ tour. They have 11 fellows right now that's within Commerce City, GES, that are all looking to be in that kind of space too. They're local community members. They're getting really involved in EJ. So any way that we can support them too, to kind of, one, they know a lot about this type of space too, and then how they can represent their own narratives and then run for those boards and commissions too, so they can be in that stakeholding. So I'd love to link you to that space. I'm training a couple of them daily. So any way that I can help, I guess, expand how we can make more community in that type of decision-making space.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Russo, as always, for tonight's presentation. Appreciate what you're doing in the city. And just curious, on slide 4, do any of the city buildings have solar panels on them?
This building has solar panels on
Oh, does it?
a pretty extensive
Okay.
array. One thing I had done at in Fort Collins, in a farmer city, is we did it was called the Green Tour. It was a bicycle tour, and it was self-guided, and because a lot of people would never know, there's solar on this building unless they see some aerials. And so maybe we should put that in on our project list, so people realize that there are some amazing projects going on throughout the community. And Jim had forwarded a plan to me this morning, someone's garden and in Commerce City, and I thought, that would be a great tour as well. When people, we always think of, what's the lot with weeds? I mean, it'd be nice to switch it around and say, if people are willing to say, okay, here's 10 beautiful residential areas where you can get some ideas, because it takes a little while to design something that's beautiful. But then, especially if they're perennials, they come back every summer, and They just get, and then you know, you can swap with your neighbors. I mean, a seed swap or a flower swap would be really nice for Commerce City. We could do with more flowers.
Okay, great, yeah, thank you. I did not know there's solar panels, but it'd be nice to explore the possibility of having solar panels on more city buildings eventually. And then it was really neat to see the community garden installation events. I wish I would have known that ahead of time, but is it city property, or do we have like a map of where they're all at?
It's on the city property. It's Village Crest apartment building, so it's on 62nd.
Okay.
And
then-
so,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, we didn't do a press release because it was getting late in the season, and someone asked, and
Okay. Well, is there plans to get more started or information, you know, like if someone does want to get more get their own community gardens going?
yeah, I'm gonna write up all the information and the plans and how we did it and what pollinators are there. And so it could sort of be like that dinner in a box where people have instructions, but I love to be outside. So if there are other people that need help, please have them call me, because that was a recommendation by EPAC that was important to them.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huesman, and thank you, Dr. Russo, for the excellent presentation. I want to commend you on all of the work that you've done, especially the project at Village Crest. Oh, my goodness, to get those kids out there and get them in the dirt and understanding that they can do it. And wow, to see those pictures, that was spectacular. I also want to let you know that I've seen your work in action, a yard where the sunflowers the seeds that you gave out were planted all along the outside of the fence. And gosh, it makes this house just look so nice to see that green growing, and the yard doesn't even have to look that great because the vegetation is on the along the fence line, and I know that was your work. So thank you for doing that.
And that species is particular for phytoremediation. So that species that we've been giving out is to take up heavy metals, particularly cadmium. And so I did a soil test at Village Crest so we could see if it's improving. So the whole idea that I talk to the kids about is like, you don't look at a place and go, oh, well, that's contaminated. You look at a place and say, how do we make that less contaminated? So for the raised beds, I did put liners in and we brought in soil because the soil test didn't come back yet. And so just to be on the safe side, we have a permeable membrane, but that's not like ideal, but for right now.
That's great, and I'm glad that you didn't wait to just go ahead and get it started, that you didn't worry about having a press release or anything, that you just did it, so congratulations on that. I love the vines, and I see them all over the place, and especially where they're thriving, and they've grown all along into the chain link fence. Is there some kind of program that we could get started where people could do like seedlings on those? I mean, is it something that you do a cutting and then you let the root establish, and then could you put it in like a small pot to get it going so that next season, then those could be?
Yeah, that's exactly how you do it. In fact, today I brought over grape cuttings to put along the fence over at Pinecrest because I thought about it after we put the garden in. But they're, grapes are great vines. And then also scarlet beans. So scarlet beans are a vine that take over a wall, and then you can harvest the beans. They're beautiful, like orange bean. So,
Well,
yeah.
thank you for engaging with the community, educating them, and it's just great work because that's how you grow a community. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
One thing I wanted to add too, is there any way that you can involve mycelium soil remediation and spaces like that? And if you need help, especially with seed swapping of local vegetation, things like Hopi amaranth, but you got to be careful, it's incredibly invasive. But another things that can help pull particulates from soil, I'd love to link you or help even too on the ground. We have a lot of volunteers in different orgs that can help educate and then bring in youth to come and facilitate too.
My son is a mushroom farmer.
Okay,
And
so you-
so he has volunteered his company to give us some nice mushroom compost.
That's some of the best compost you can get too.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks very much, Dr. Russo. The community gardens, where do they get their water from?
So from the building, they're gonna, and I have talked to one of the kids that lives over at the apartment. She's gonna be the waterer.
Okay, so it'll be watered by hand? It's not connected to anything?
There's a hose. The spigot actually was rusty and leaking, and so we are working on fixing that. But I did bring down a gigantic watering can, and the kids over the 5 hours probably filled it up 10 times. And so they said until we get the hose fixed, they are on board with being the waterers.
Okay, because that was something I was thinking about, since there is city land by Landmark School, and people have been asking about Landmark Academy because people have been asking about a community garden over there. But I wondered what the water resource would be. So there is an agreement with the Village Crest for water then?
Well, we own Village Crest.
Okay, so there is an agreement with the Housing Authority?
Yeah.
Okay. And I do want to make a point for residents about the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee, which was formed about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. It is particularly structured in a way that there are more people on EPAC from South Commerce City. We, on the City Council, wanted to make certain that those who were impacted by environmental injustices had a larger voice on EPAC. There's also a certain number of members per each ward. We have a lot of people who are applying for EPAC from the north, but not as many from the south. So it would be really great to have more from the south. I believe there's even a seat still available for someone from the south. When are these are public meetings, when are the meetings held?
We had one about 2 weeks ago. Our July one, I believe, is July 27th, but I need to get it up on our website.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking at July and I don't see the meeting.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that, is it going to be a consistent time? Because people in the community can actually come to these meetings.
No, we did a doodle poll, and we are varying them. Some will be in the morning, some will be in the evenings. And so the last one was in the morning. I think July's another breakfast meeting, and then we're going to the evening. But I'll get them up this week. Jordan pinged me and reminded me.
Okay, well, I would want to make it as easy as possible for the people that Councilmember Chacon are talking about, who would need to participate.
Okay.
And if it's not consistent, then it's not a city meeting. You got to be able to make it reliable if we're going to be, making it available to everyone in the community. I think that would be really important.
Well, there's a Zoom option too, if people can't drive over in the morning or evening.
The consistency of date and time, I think, is what would be helpful. So we don't, doodle. Yes, if I wanted to finish one other thought, but if you want to add on to my thought? No?
Separate thought, ma'am, just more about clarification, but
Okay.
please.
All righty, thank you very much. And, now I lost it. Thank you. It's all right.
Just want to clarify, the city does not own Village Crest. Village Crest is a partnership between the Housing Authority and a private operator. Just want to make that point of clarification.
Looking for a motion second to approve Resolution 2023-066. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to approve Resolution 2023-066. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2023-066, a resolution adopting the Sustainability Action Plan.
Have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 2023-066. The title has been read. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Thank you again, ma'am, for your time and your presentation. Next up, be ordinances on first reading. We have ordinance 2539, emergency ordinance to allow electronic meetings. Anybody on council have any questions? Seeing none, looking for a motion second introduced by Councilor Seed Land, approve on first and final reading ordinance 2539. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
I have a motion second to introduce by Councilor Seed Land, approve on first and final reading ordinance 2539. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2539, an emergency ordinance to amend Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, CCRMC, Section 2-2001, to explicitly allow for city council meetings to occur by electronic means. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Next up, we're going to move to administrative business. Mayor Pro Tem, you have an item to introduce. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Each year, 180 Community Church takes students from Commerce City to go to a youth camp at Camp Ponderosa in Larkspur, Colorado. The camp is focused on building healthy relationships between teens and their peers, as well as developing leadership skills among the students. The students at the camp participate in archery, hiking, various games, and other activities through the 4 days they are at the camp. This year's camp will be held July 20th through the 23rd, and the church is looking to have 20 students from Commerce City attend the camp. The camp cost is $190 per student, and many students cannot attend due to the cost of the camp. So I move for the city to approve $2,000 in funding to assist 180 Commerce City youth who cannot otherwise afford it to attend a summer camp program in the mountains that is organized through the 180 Community Church located at 6690 Monaco Street, Commerce City, Colorado. Thank you.
I have a motion to allocate $2,000 so that Commerce City youth can attend a camp in the mountains put on by 180 Church. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim? Second. I have a motion and a second to allocate that money. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
I'm in support. I just want to also, it sounds like this is annual and it sounds like it's a great program. I think the QCF is a great place for them to like apply for this scholarship on an annual basis. Maybe that can be a foundation or like a base level so they can get the minimum of 20, and then, you know, anything they can raise beyond that would be awesome. But something like this is something that I think we can support other types of fundraising for in the future as well.
Any other discussion? All right, I have a motion second to allocate $2,000 so Commerce City youth can go to camp in the mountains with 180 Church. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do you have any other items, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, thank you, Mayor, that's it.
Any other council members have any administrative business items? Seeing none, let's move on to reports. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. As brought up during the Growing Smart presentation, there is a desire for a joint meeting on July 31st. I need this body to take action in calling that for a special meeting, if so, choosing to meet with the board. So we'll be looking for your direction with respect to that. Additionally, staff would like to bring back an amendment to the ARPA funds ordinance that is to be presented to you on July 17th. What we like to amend is to include $500,000 for our emergency rental assistance program. We have 24 individuals within our wait list and have identified that would be the necessary dollar amount to be able to excuse me, to be able to assist those residents. So we'll also be looking for your direction on that as well before the end of this evening. Staff is working with potentially a new franchisee for a new retail operation at the former Dairy Queen location off of East 104th Avenue and Altura Street. So we hope to be able to share some news with that within the coming week or two. With respect to Public Works, we have the East 96th Avenue widening open house. The city will be hosting an open house to share information about the upcoming widening project. That is scheduled for Wednesday, July 12th between 6:30 and 8:30 at South Lawn Elementary School. We spoke already about the school district speed tables and we'll be taking action on that. PRG, our next Music in the Park, is set for this Thursday at the River Run Park, featuring music by Brass Attack Band. And for this last item, I'd like to invite the chief to join me at the podium to talk about our response to fireworks and allow for him to be able to address any questions. But as he is making his way, we received 410 calls for service. 129 of those were for fireworks. 65 of that 129 were with reporting parties, which led to a total of 12 tickets, which were written by CCPD, but does not tell the full story. And with that, I'll turn that over to the police chief to go into more details.
Thank you. It was quite a 4th of July, certainly my first one in Commerce City, and I tried to go in with very limited expectations. I heard a lot about what I would see, and I saw every bit of that and then some. With regard to our enforcement efforts, we did have 4 dedicated units to look at fireworks complaints as they came in around the city. Of course, I'm sure you can imagine the lion's share of the 129 that came in the darkening hours, with 47 of them happening between 9 and 10, and the bulk of them happening between 7 and midnight. But one of the things that I would like to just share is that it's really hard to measure fireworks enforcement by the absence of explosions. And one of the things that we were very successful in doing is removing a lot of fireworks from the streets before they were lit. It's a very interesting dynamic when a police car rounds the corner and people who are or have been lighting these illegal fireworks stop, and all of a sudden we encounter a great deal of abandoned property. And that happened time and time again the other night, and it really is amazing. But the choice for the citizen is tell us, yes, those are my fireworks, in which case we take them and we give them a $1,000 ticket. Or they say, I don't know whose those are, in which case we take them and we can't get to where we need to be to issue a ticket or to develop that probable cause. So in some respects, we were very successful. I wish we had been able to do a little bit more, but it has forced me to rethink some of our deployment strategy moving forward. One of the things I hope to do next year is to be able to come back to this body with a quantifiable measure of just how many fireworks we were able to remove from the street. That wasn't in place this year. And certainly one of the things I noticed this year is that as we continue to get fireworks complaints, one of the things that we do in law enforcement is if all the call types are the same, for example, if we have 3 or 4 accidents that we have to go to, we take those first come, first serve. And that was how we handled fireworks. They're all fireworks complaints, so they came first come, first serve. And one of the things that I think we did not do well was acknowledge that early on, as we may have been seizing fireworks and writing some tickets, other people who got complained on, they lit all their fireworks and were done by the time we got there. And by chasing these firework complaints in a linear fashion, I think we were able to follow up and address as many complaints as we possibly could. But just given the dynamics of the situation, we weren't as successful as we could have been. So while it was an uptick over the enforcement that we were able to manage last year, we do have some deployment strategies that we're going to look at differently in the future, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of you have.
Anybody on council have any questions? None? Thanks, sir.
So I would say my better half of the leadership team was just speaking to me about this special meeting for the July 31st joint council and board meeting. We may not necessarily need a special meeting if there's no particular action or business to be taken from that. So it would just be a joint meeting, no differently that we've held with the likes of Adams 14 or 27J. I do eventually know that the bringing of those two bodies together is ultimately to lead to some form of action. But given that this will be the first one, I do not necessarily believe that we need to have that special meeting being called for the 31st. That being said, I do have that alternative request for amending the ordinance for the ARPA funds before you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Councilmember Hurst?
Mr. Rogers, this is this is definitely a new request, not a new topic. For the last several weeks, I've just heard over and over again about taxes and the new valuations that have come out, I think for good reason. I've seen the mayor give a really good breakdown of how you can kind of predict your next year's assessment. I think that's fantastic for a lot of people to learn that. But I think we have an interesting form of government here in Commerce City. Just layers is what I'm trying to say. We have, city council, the water district, fire district, 2 school districts. It's going to be one place. Is this, I'm not sure, I'm not asking for a quick turnaround time, but between now and when that tax bill comes next year, I think it's another great opportunity to educate our community on those complexities. Part of this is avoiding the tomatoes. A lot of times there are issues that we on council address and are happy to address, but they don't originate here and we don't have a vote on them. We're happy to use the relationships that we establish as council members with other entities within the city, but I can't change taxes at the fire district or the school district or many of the places that are on your property taxes. And I think bringing the community together, both from those special districts as well as our city council, and recording a meeting that focuses on educating the complexity of those layers in Commerce City could be a pretty significant educational opportunity for everyone in this town, because those layers really can teach you who your representatives are, how to get involved, where to ask the appropriate questions, and save you quite a few headaches when in the process. So, yeah, I don't have a clear expectation except on this dais.
Councilmember Noble?
That's a great idea, Councilmember Hurst, and I would also include the government improvement districts, because I don't think people understand that Commerce City also derives taxes, and if you will, it's not a tax, it's whatever it is, in another fashion, and it is on your tax bill as well. So that would be important. And in addition, it would be good to update our GIS system. If you go to Metro Districts and click on it, it takes you to your 2021 taxes if you put your address in, but it doesn't reflect current, it's not up to date. Or maybe 2020, I can't remember the last date, but it's somewhere in the past. And I do like to send people there so they can see how much each of these entities takes from their taxes. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Do have a couple of questions for you. You mentioned the open house for 96th Avenue widening. Do we already own the right-of-way for 96th Avenue for that project?
I believe we are still negotiating the right-of-way along the southern edge, adjacent to the arsenal. But Mr. Poe, you may be able to correct me if I am misspeaking.
Most of the right-of-way has been dedicated. There are going to be some corner clips and other areas that we may need for sight distance or curvature of the roadway. But for the most part, we do own most of it.
So while we wait for this project to be underway, then is all this land that we have already had dedicated to us, in essence, owned by the city of Commerce City?
Yes, sir.
And so would the city of Commerce City be responsible for the maintenance on said land?
Yes, sir.
Then can somebody explain to me why it is that 96th Avenue immediately north of Buffalo Highlands looks like it hasn't been mowed in a 3-year period?
There's a section of land in that area that is owned by the Metro District that's south of the right-of-way, just north of Buffalo Highlands.
How about what's immediately adjacent to the current roadway?
That would be the maintenance of the city.
What's that?
That is the maintenance of the city, yes, sir.
So why are we not out there maintaining property that is owned by the city?
96 was scheduled to be done last week with the rains and so forth. It's going to be this week, later this week or first next week.
How many times has it been done this year?
I'd have to go back and check that.
Because it doesn't look like it's been done at all. Another question, the high school site,
Yes, sir.
what's the status on that property being deeded over to the city of Commerce City from the Fulham Whiters?
We actually received that property at the end of March, April. I would have to see when that was recorded, Dylan. But it's been in our possession for the better part of 3 or plus months.
Is there a reason why, once again, the city of Commerce City is not maintaining property that is owned by the city of Commerce City?
If you may further expound on that, sir.
The high school site that has weeds that are 2 foot tall, growing on 3 foot tall. If that property has been deeded over to the city of Commerce City, then it is our responsibility to maintain it, but nobody is going out there and maintaining it. So we have code enforcement who goes out and issues notice of violations against residents, that is out there harping on people for trees not being 10 foot tall, yet the city is not out there doing their job to make sure their land is properly done. Who's going to give the city the notice of violation? Should she come forward now and give you a notice of violation, Mr. Rogers?
I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go with that, sir.
I'm trying to go, the city is out giving notice of violations to residents for not maintaining their property, to businesses, to metro districts for not maintaining their property, but at the same time, the city is derelict in maintaining property that is owned by the city. Why is that?
So I'd have to respectfully say, sir, I wouldn't say that we're derelict. Now, with respect to the property that you talk about being the high school site, simple oversight for why it was not included into our program. As we've shared, as we publish, we have a mowing schedule. We have been dealing with significant amount of different issues that have come up. And when we have seen that we have, I would say, fallen behind schedule, we have attempted to address that and to get it back up to where we've identified. So with respect to dereliction and or not maintaining what we have and are required to do, I would have to submit that we are doing what we can and where we can and doing that as expeditiously as we possibly can. Not excuses, sir, just being absolutely honest with you.
So given that, if anybody that is watching this received a notice of violation and they come to you and say, well, it rained, so I didn't mow because it rained, that's an acceptable answer that we're going to accept? Or, well, you know, I don't have as many employees as what I thought I was going to have, so that's an acceptable answer? Why is it that we don't accept these answers from the community to say, hey, it's okay, it's raining, you don't have to go out there and mow, yet we turn around and give that as an excuse as to why we're not upholding our obligations as a city?
once again, sir, where I go with this is that we all have responsibilities and we all have duties that we have to maintain and that we're obligated to do. With respect to private property, we go in and enforce with respect to that aspect. On our own public property, when we understand and we identify that we have fallen short, whether you call it a notice of violation or not, there is a notice that goes out for us to address and to do such then and there. So regardless of it being either public or private, we are addressing it equitably across. It may not seem as such, but as we have heard for the better part of 3+ years, is to hold ourselves accountable. We have staff that is holding ourselves accountable to what we are required to maintain. There will be times that there will be oversights. There will be times that things will fall through the cracks. I'm not saying that that won't happen. But when they do and when they are called out, we take the effort, we make the effort to have those addressed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Ms. Geiger?
I don't have anything this evening for you all. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for Ms. Geiger? Does anybody on council need to make a report? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, not necessarily a report, but I wanted to thank Mr. Rogers and his staff for taking care of the median on Peoria Street and at least getting it cut down and getting the dead trees out of there. And looking forward to an update as to how that's going to be maintained in the near future. Thank you.
I actually have an answer for you that on, sir. We've gone back, did some digging, and we are going to be taking over responsibility for that median going forward. So that will be our responsibility to address, and it's been added to our mowing schedule as such going forward.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that it did get taken care of by the city staff, and I appreciate it.
Councilmember Madera?
Similarly, I'd like to thank our folks at Public Works. During these heavy rainstorms, you know, Fairfax always floods, and you get a lot of the debris coming in from the drainage, and it clogs up the drainage, you know, for that water to go out to the Platte. And this last rainstorm, I was walking the dog, and, you know, I see someone at the drainage shoveling, you know, debris out of it so the water could flow out. And it was one of our Public Works individuals, you know, after they had already clocked out for the day and on their own accord. So I want to thank Mr. Leonard and, you know, just tell that story and make sure that we recognize our people because they're out there doing, you know, this work, going above and beyond. And, you know, we get fixated on a patch of grass that wasn't cut. And, you know, so I just want to make sure that we take time to also notice all the work that's being done and, you know, try not to get lost on some of these small things and lose sight of the bigger picture. So just want to shout out Mr. Leonard and give a thanks to Public Works.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks very much, Mayor. Speaking of weeds, I particularly want to thank a developer who helped out on the weed situation. One of the Ward 4 constituents said that there was a dangerous corner at 96th and Tower that was caused by a particular property on the northwest corner. I happened to be having coffee the next morning with this developer, and I showed him the post in the photo. He is unincorporated Adams County. There was absolutely no reason he needed to help. These rules don't apply to him because he's not in Commerce City, but he willingly did so. And by the next day, the corner was mowed down. His farmer that tills the land had also mowed down all the, I don't know whether it was actual agriculture or weeds, but either way, that was done as well. So that corner is all very safe right now, and I particularly want to give a shout out to Daniel Frank for getting that accomplished in a quick 24 hours. I wanted to ask also about Buffalo Highlands, and that is scheduled, the interviews, I mean, not the interviews, the appointments are scheduled to start on July 11th. I've talked about this before, that it's a very concerning situation over there for the homes that are on the south side of 96. So I hope that we can be of some assistance to them. Regarding boards and commissions and some of our communities that may be disadvantaged, when I was at the CML conference, I learned that Fort Collins provides stipends to the members of its boards and commissions. And also, they reach out to their community, the experts in their community. Now, maybe there's a difference in how it's handled because it's a college community versus a community like Commerce City. But we have some really extraordinary people, really smart people who can make huge contributions to our city if they are allowed to participate and are included. And so I'm really interested in making certain that we have community inclusion as well, which brings me to the town halls. Thank you very much to the City Council for approving the town halls for the month of June. It was really a wonderful experience. I particularly want to thank everyone in Ward 4 who attended the town hall at the school, and to thank Miss Nancy, who under very trying circumstances managed to get the school opened up for us so that we could use it. I want to thank staff also for making certain that everything was set up. I think it gives us an opportunity also to look at how we let the community know about programs, and perhaps there are things that they don't read. They don't read they don't read the newsletter. There were people there who are not on Facebook or other social media. So where do they get their information from? I do think about all the people who are signed up for emails from the city. They'd be a perfect audience for getting information pushed out to them about things like town halls and so forth, rather than relying on the standard newsletter, social media. A lot of the people who were there literally got invitations from me, and I know another council member, at least 2 council members walked their areas as well. So I think that helps a lot. But thank you very much for these town halls. I think it was very beneficial. And thank you to the 19 staff members who attended my town hall, or at least the town hall for Ward 4. I put them to work. I made them actually get up and answer the questions rather than having me do it. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I first just wanted to really recognize too the park rangers. 2 weekends in a row, like I've seen them out cleaning up the parks, cleaning up areas, just they seem that needed addressed. So seen them with a lot of items in their truck, and I don't know where they were taking them, but like I said, I just wanted to really thank them for all their hard work. And then Thursday, Councilmember Douglas and I met with Alex Luna for United for a New Economy and 3 other residents concerning rental issues and concerns. And then on Saturday, Councilmember Douglas and Councilmember Noble had the city board and commission interviews, and we had some outstanding interviews, and just want to encourage everyone in Commerce City to get involved. And I always say this, be the voice, serve on a board and commission, and there's still a lot of openings. If you need help getting online to apply for one, just contact me, or we can even have you one printed and hand deliver it to you. And then just lastly, mentioning the town halls, it was, really nice for all of us to have these town hall experiences. And yes, a lot of council members, a few council members did walk our areas, and just would like to note that it was just unfortunate that some of us did have to pay for the funding ourselves for the material to walk the areas, and then I guess the cities did pay for some of those for other council members, for them to have their literature printed. So just wanted to let everyone know about that, and thanks, and thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Huesman. I attended Music in the Park at Turnberry Park, and it almost got rained out, but everyone's stuck in there, and I think I already reported on this, actually, so I will stop there. And I do want to thank everybody who works on those, though. It's a lot of hard work to put those together and set up everything, and to deal with the weather that we have. And so thank you for that. But the next one will be at River Run Park this coming Thursday. Also, attended the July 4th event at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We were also rained out there, but we got to throw out T-shirts to the crowd for a little while before the downpour came. It was pretty much like a hurricane out there. Thank you, staff, for coordinating that and getting us the canopy seats and the tickets and everything. So that was really great while it lasted. Then I also went out and looked at the homes at Buffalo Highlands with Councilmember Noble, and that's something that we really need to follow up on. We can't leave these residents hanging. So thank you for bringing that up again, and we really need to follow up on that. And I think, if y'all get a chance, yesterday's Denver Post, there's an article in the perspective section, and it's called "Look to Indigenous Wisdom." It's an excellent article. It's From Genocide to Climate Change. America must find a new circular path. And it talks about how most of us think in a linear thought pattern, and that we need to start thinking in a circular pattern. To know that what we do now is going to affect coming generations, and that we need to revisit how we look at things and how we do things. It talked about that the anniversary of the Sand Creek Massacre is coming up, and that's something that we have to remember and think about. How did that happen? And we should never let it happen again, except for the fact that we're causing harm by predatory actions in other ways, and that relates to the climate crisis that we're facing. And so I would really strongly suggest that everyone look this up on the Denver Post and take a read. It's not a long read, but it's very, very thought-provoking, and I think it's something that all of us could use in our positions as public servants going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, just real quick, it seems like it's been a really rough 5 years with celebrating around the 4th of July holiday. I was able to come to the game as well. I actually was on the other side of the Douglases. They left after the first rain. We went in, watched the first half, and then had to leave after the second rain. But I really appreciate the staff's effort, the police department's effort. Heard the chief present tonight about fireworks. Really challenging to manage that when it's pouring rain, there's still fireworks happening, and you're trying to manage the traffic of a come and go kind of game. You know, people were deciding to leave and then said, oh, they're gonna play now, and everybody came back. And so I understand that challenge. The night before, we went out to the Adams County event, same thing. I mean, warm all day. 20 minutes before the fireworks, it starts coming down pretty good. Everybody has to run to their car, run all the way back, you get set up again. So there's a lot of challenges with the weather this year. The effort, I know, has become exhaustive, but I really appreciate everybody's continued support of these great community events, and hopefully we'll do less of a rain dance next year because it really worked this year, and we can get some clear days in on some of these big holidays because they're great events.
Councilmember Noble?
Sorry, I just needed to come back one time. And, you know, one thing I take pride in is the diversity of this city council. And we do have a diversity, equity, and inclusion commission. If there is ever any inequities, I want it addressed. And I did speak directly to a staff member regarding whether everyone was being treated the same about marketing for the town halls, and that those members who had to expend their own money without realizing they could have asked for help, that they were going to be reimbursed. I sincerely hope that those council members have been reached out to, and if they haven't been reached out to, then it darn well better happen tomorrow, because we shouldn't stand for anyone being treated differently on the city council any more than we feel that way about people in the city. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate that. I'm also agree with diversity, equity, and inclusion, but like I said, I don't know where Councilmember Noble was notified, but that I'm aware of, Councilmember Madera and I were not notified by any staff member. I know I wasn't, but it had been nice if we would have received the same opportunity and treatment from the staff that two other council members received. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Speaking of ward meetings, had the opportunity to attend all 4 ward meetings, and I got to say it's definitely I got to say shout out to the staff for making it happen. All in all through and through, regardless of whatever the differences are. Great eye opener to hear from residents from all around. Really appreciate it all together. I know there's a difference between the north and south, even though we want to say we're one commerce city, but again, my own opinion. On June 30th, I had the opportunity to tour Kids Health Care Pediatric Clinic down there in our core of a city, and basically to understand how it actually supports our students that are in the area. As some of you guys may be aware, Kids First Health is committed to to improving the health and well-being of infants, children, and youth through providing primary and preventative health services in partnership with schools and other community organizations. They serve children's ages from 0 to 21. The majority of Kids First patients are enrolled in Medicaid or CHP+, and nearly 20% are insured, but they make sure they do their best to take care of our kids all in all. On upcoming here, July 12th, obviously we talked about the 96 widening project. I will also be in attendance at South Lawn Elementary. Looking forward to hearing and seeing what that is all about. Kind of future items, July 19th. So you guys may be aware of Sol Ray Ashley, the one that committed suicide, unfortunately, because of bullying at the Stewart Middle School. Well, kind of fast forward with that, been working with the committee, and I lost my train of thought as far as the committee name. But they are hosting one at Alsep Elementary on July 19th. Time is yet to be determined to discuss regarding bullying, cyberbullying, the policies, and other safety concerns that are around the schools. I know Adams 14 is involved, along with some other organizations as well. My intent is to be there, to listen in, and hopefully there will be some good, productive discussions regarding that. Kind of fast forward to on July 28th, I'll be doing a ride along with code enforcement. Looking forward to being part of that crew just to see what exactly they're doing and how are they enforcing the rules and the rules that we need to abide by as well. Finally, kind of quick shout out to a couple of people, Leo Lopez from Code Enforcement and also Officer Ben Birdsall. Through the C-Click fix, I understand that Mr. Huntington calls it Access Commerce City, because I do know that there's apparently a difference, but I use the C-Click fix app. Appreciate the communication in there. I know there's a few things on there that I've uploaded and requested statuses on that Mr. Rogers is fully aware, so obviously I will be sure to follow back up, and I'm sure he will as well. But at the end of the day, I recommend that if you don't have it already, download Access Commerce City. Thank you. And it's a great app as far as when it comes to taking pictures, uploading any issues that you see around the city. Been trying to do my best to kind of push that out to the rest of the staff, or not staff, so the residents for their awareness as well that they can use. Mayor, that is all. Thank you.
Tonight, we have one executive session. Looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS Sections 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E and F, for the purposes of discussing personal matters specifically related to the interim city attorney position and the recruitment and interview process and matters that may be subject to negotiations for the city attorney position. Councilmember Madera?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to go into executive session. Council will return from the executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 1 hour, but cannot last that long. That can only last for 54 minutes. Executive session will take place in room 2308. All right, looking for a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Hurst,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Have a motion second to adjourn. Is there any discussion? Before we do, I'd like to thank everybody. All those in favor? We're adjourned.
So this is last meeting. I actually took a picture of the sunset after we left. So the sun was still up. And then this time we didn't hit our extension